Chapter 31:19. Across the vast star territory all was silent. In the void there was a void passageway that seemed to have existed since time immemorial. It stood there quietly. That void passageway did not seem ordinary. It gave off an extremely unstable feeling as though it could collapse at any moment. It emitted an extremely dangerous aura. The existence of this void corridor was not a secret in the star territory, but very few people dared to explore it because a third-order origin king had disappeared here many years ago and was never heard from again. As such, for so many years, even though some people had speculated that this void corridor led to an unknown world, no one had ever paid any attention to it. Even a third-order origin king master was trapped here, so who would have the courage to approach? This place had been silent for several dozen years now. At this moment, however, the void corridor suddenly underwent some abnormal changes. The entrance to the void corridor contracted violently, then opened up, repeating this process many times before a burst of multicolored light poured out from it. Along with this burst of multicolored light was a figure who shot out from the void corridor like an arrow, barely managing to stabilize himself after 100 kilometers. This person was naturally Yang Kai. At this moment, his face was covered in dust and he looked quite embarrassed. Returning to Hung Luo Star Field from the entrance to the Star Dao in the ancestral territory, Yang Kai had to pass through many layers of the void. He could not use too much strength or else he would likely shatter the void, but he also could not use too little strength or else he would not be able to break through the barrier. He had tried many times before he found his way home. After stabilizing himself, Yang Kai immediately immersed himself in his perception, a look of joy appearing on his face as he laughed loudly. He had perceived the existence of Shadowed Star. Stretching out his arms, he embraced the world. Hung Luo Star Field, this young master has returned. When he left his homeland all those years ago, how could he have imagined he would return so quickly? He had originally set a deadline of 100 years for himself, but now he had not even spent half of that time. The trials and tribulations along the way, the life and death struggles, everything had become extremely meaningful, and the faces in his mind became clearer and clearer. Yang Kai couldn't wait to grow a pair of wings and fly to Shadowed Star right now so he could appear in front of them and see their surprised expressions. Looking back, Yang Kai stared at the void corridor, knowing that it was the place where Su Yen had entered the ancestral territory. Feeling the aura coming from the void corridor, he felt a lingering fear. Su Yen being able to enter the ancestral territory safely was probably extremely lucky. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai raised his hand, and Su Yen appeared in front of him. She seemed to be in meditation, and after noticing the anomaly, she opened her beautiful eyes, glanced around and smiled, "You're back." On the way back to his homeland, everyone had been taken into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai. Firstly, it was extremely taxing to bring people back and forth between worlds, and secondly, Su Yen was now a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, far exceeding the limit of what the Hung Luo Star Field could accommodate, so she needed to suppress and seal her cultivation. Now, it seemed that she had done a good job, but she had suppressed her aura too much, leaving only the aura of a second-order origin king. "We're back." Yang Kai took a deep breath. Naturally, there was no air in the star field, but he could smell a familiar scent. Stretching out his hand, Su Yen placed her hand on his. Holding her hand tightly as if they would never part again, Yang Kai was as excited as a child. "We're home." There was no need for him to identify any direction. The close connection between Shadowed Star and him was enough to show him the right way. With a flicker, the pair turned into a stream of light and flew towards Shadowed Star. With such a beautiful companion, the journey was no longer lonely. Whenever he was in the mood, he would drag Su Yen to a nearby dead star or asteroid, and after repeating this several times, Su Yen had no choice but to push her ice crystal jade body to ruin Yang Kai's mood. A few days later, a huge star appeared in front of them from afar. The stars of Shadowed Star in his body pulsed more and more happily, like a wanderer returning home. Yang Kai's mood became inexplicably nervous again, and he felt a sense of homesickness. Suddenly, his hand tightened as Su Yen held his big hand. For eyes meeting, Yang Kai's heart became clear. Reaching out and hugging her, Yang Kai kissed her on the forehead and shouted, "Let's go." Half a day later, they were very close to Shadowed Star. Yang Kai and Su Yen both suddenly turned their heads and looked towards a certain spot in the sky. There, they saw more than a dozen giant starships floating in the middle of the star field. From these starships, a powerful aura was faintly discernible. "Which sect does this belong to?" Yang Kai pointed to a skeleton-like symbol on one of the starships and asked. Perhaps because he had been away for too long, he did not recognize which sect this symbol represented. But to his surprise, Su Yan also shook her head. I don't know. She had been away for many years, so she had no idea what had happened to Hung Luo Star Field or Shadowed Star. A figure suddenly appeared on the deck of the largest starship in the middle. This old man's aura was deep and profound, giving off the aura of a third-order origin king. From several hundred kilometers away, this old man's sharp eyes stared towards this group, as if they could pierce through space and see the essence of everything. Yang Kai grinned at him. The old man raised his hand and pointed the star cannon on the starship towards Yang Kai and Su Yan. A dazzling light began to gather, and immediately after, a beam of light shot towards them. Ha 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 ha. Yang Kai laughed. I ran into a madman as soon as I came back. Let's go talk to him. When the light dissipated, Yang Kai and Su Yan had disappeared. The old man stood on the deck and stared at them for a while before snorting lightly and turning around to return to the starship. However, his footsteps suddenly froze as a chill enveloped his body as he stared in front of him in horror. Behind him, a man and a woman had appeared at some unknown time. These two were the same people he had just seen a few hundred kilometers away, the ones who should have been reduced to ashes under the power of the star cannon. Yet they had appeared behind him unscathed. He had not felt the slightest trace of them at all. Old sir, your murderous intent is a bit heavy. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Normally he would have already punched this old man to death, but today Yang Kai was in a good mood, so his murderous intent was lacking. Coupled with the fact that he did not know the identity and origin of this old man, he could not act rashly. If he killed someone he could not kill, it would not be good. Yang Kai was involved in the Hung Luo Star Field, so naturally he could not act as he pleased. The old man did not answer and simply stared at Yang Kai with a dignified expression, instinctively feeling that this young man in front of him was not someone he could provoke. A drop of cold sweat dripped from his forehead as he clasped his hands in his sleeves and secretly formed a seal, preparing to counterattack at a moment's notice. Who is old sir? Whose warships did they belong to? Why are they anchored here? Yang Kai looked around and casually asked a few questions, but did not receive any answers. Walking forward, Yang Kai circled around the old man a few times before suddenly standing in front of him and bowing slightly. Old sir, you seem very nervous. More sweat dripped from the old man's forehead. Yang Kai reached out and patted the old man's shoulder, grinning as he said, Don't worry, as long as you are not an enemy, I will not do anything to you. Are you an enemy? No. The old man spat out these two words with difficulty. Yang Kai nodded. That would be for the best. And I forgot to introduce myself, I am the owner of this place, my name is Yang Kai. He pointed at the huge stars below his feet. The elderly man's eyes shrank as a look of shock flashed across his face. He had never heard that this cultivation star had a star master, but Yang Kai was speaking so seriously that he really didn't know whether to believe him or not. I have been away from this place for several decades, and today is the first time I have come back. There are still a few women waiting for me to return home. Old sir, what do you think I should bring back for them? You are asking me? The old man cursed in his heart but did not dare not answer, seriously thinking for a moment before saying, It's good that you are back, I don't think they will care about any gifts. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and nodded, What old sir says makes sense. Suddenly he laughed, I am the best gift. Isn't that right, senior sister? Su Yan nodded, Yes. Thank you for your guidance, old sir. Yang Kai cupped his fists towards the old man and took a deep breath. I should go back quickly, otherwise they will become anxious. Hurry up and leave. Where did this lunatic come from? It's a pity that this beautiful and exquisite woman actually stuck by his side without abandoning him. Fortunately, Yang Kai was indeed in a hurry to go back, so he quickly left. Suddenly turning around, he looked at the old man and asked, Old sir, you really are not an enemy, right? I really am not. Good, Yang Kai nodded. Those who make me an enemy will end up very miserably. The old man's heart clenched as a chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. When he looked up again, there was no trace of the man and woman in front of him, as if they had disappeared at some unknown time. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, he could not detect any auras, as if they had never appeared. Swallowing his saliva with difficulty, the elderly man immediately took out a communication compass and poured his divine sense into it. His pair of withered hands couldn't help but tremble a little. High Heaven Sect. As a rising great force, the rise of High Heaven Sect was nothing short of a miracle. Just a few dozen years after the sect was founded, the number of masters in the sect was like the clouds in the sky. Origin kings were everywhere, and there were nearly 4 or 5 third-order origin kings. High Heaven Sect was already the most powerful sect in Star Territory, and even veteran great forces like Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and Purple Star Sword Union could not compare. At this moment, in the main hall of High Heaven Sect, a group of heroes had gathered. Led by acting sect master and High Heaven Sect's great elder Yi Shiyun, elders Chu Ling Xiao, Ling Tai Su, Yang Xiuzhu, Chu Han Yi, Lin Yu Rao, Qingya, and many others sat on either side, all of them origin kings. Below them were Wu Yi, Yang Wei, Dong Qing Han, and more than a dozen other youths, all of whom were origin returning realm cultivators, many of whom had reached the peak of the origin returning realm and could break through to the origin king realm at any time. There was a lot of noise in the hall as not only were the older generation disagreeing, but even the younger generation was arguing with each other. Yi Shiyun did not say a word as she simply sat there, listening to all the discussions. Chapter 31:20. All of them were arguing over one question: how to fight. Should they divide and conquer, or should they directly attack the enemy? Everyone in the hall was divided into two groups, each expressing their own opinions, but after a long debate no conclusion was reached. Suddenly Yi Shiyun, who was sitting motionless, raised her head and stared out with her deep eyes, as if they could pierce through space itself. The argument in the hall came to an abrupt end as everyone looked up at her. Chu Ling Xiao asked, "What happened?" "Someone broke into High Heaven Sect," Yi Shiyun replied. As the acting sect master, she was in charge of the array disk that controlled High Heaven Sect's mountain defending array, so she would be able to detect any intruders. What? Everyone was shocked, all of them feeling incredulous. Today's High Heaven Sect was no longer the same as it was in the past. The sect was a behemoth in the star territory, so who would be so bold as to break in? Who would have the ability to break in? In an instant, everyone's expression became extremely dignified. This aura. Yi Shiyun's complexion changed again as a look of disbelief appeared on her pretty face, quickly transforming into excitement as her tender body flickered and she rushed out of the hall. Everyone looked at each other, wondering what had happened to cause Yi Shiyun to lose her composure like this. Everyone knew her temperament well. Even if the sky collapsed she would not frown, but her performance at this moment was truly unexpected. Everyone got up and walked out of the hall one after another, gathering outside and looking into the distance. Over there, two figures were strolling leisurely towards them, their movements neither fast nor slow. Everyone's eyes were fixed on these two figures, but all of a sudden, their eyes bulged, almost thinking they were dreaming. Yang Kai walked over, greeting every High Heaven Sect disciple he met cordially, causing many of them to stare at him or Su Yen with their mouths wide open. Most of the High Heaven Sect disciples were brought here by him from Tongshen Realm in the central capital, so basically all of them knew him. Even if they did not know him, they should at least know Su Yen. At this moment, seeing these two people who had disappeared for several dozen years appear together, all of them could not believe it. Wherever the two of them passed, all the disciples stared blankly, their eyes glued to their backs, unable to return to their senses for a long time. The entire High Heaven Sect seemed to have been sealed in place by some great master, causing everything to freeze, only Yang Kai's voice echoing out. "Yang Kai, it's Yang Kai." Dong Qing Han suddenly exclaimed, rubbing his eyes hard, fearing that he was seeing things, reaching out to Lan Chu Dai and asking, "Did you see that? Did Yang Kai come back?" Lan Chu Dai nodded stupidly, "Yes, look, he came back." Dong Qing Han Shiyunshi's words. The two of them had already become husband and wife when they were still in the central capital. Now that they had shared trials and tribulations for several decades, they had always treated each other with respect. The dozen or so old friends of the younger generation all showed looks of excitement. Although Yi Shiyun, Chu Ling Xiao, and the others had much stronger mental fortitude, they still found it difficult to maintain their composure at this moment. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived in front of the crowd, swept his eyes around and grinned, "I'm back." The warm welcome he had imagined did not appear, the group just stared at him blankly, making his eagerness a little awkward. Reaching out and touching his nose, Yang Kai cautiously said, "I'm back." As soon as his voice fell, Dong Qing Han rushed up and gave Yang Kai a bear hug, his fat hands patting him on the back, making a series of thumping sounds. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He hadn't expected that the first to respond would be this fat man, letting him pat him for a while before saying, "Cousin, you should lose some weight." "You really came back?" Dong Qing Han pulled back and opened up some distance, looking at Yang Kai seriously. "You really came back?" Dong Qing Han turned his head, pointed to Yang Kai and said to the crowd, "Yang Kai is back." It was as if he was the first one to notice. Everyone's expression became solemn as they all saluted, "Greetings, Sect Master." Their voices trembled slightly, revealing their inner turmoil. Yang Kai raised his hand and an invisible force appeared, making everyone unable to bend their backs. What was even more strange was that no one noticed that Yang Kai had used his strength. This ability was simply beyond everyone's imagination, making him seem somewhat unfathomable. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he cupped his fists and bowed. "Greetings, Ancestral Founder, Grand Master." Chu Ling Xiao was the founder of High Heaven Pavilion, and Ling Tai Su was Yang Kai's father's master. These two could be regarded as Yang Kai's true elders. Even though his cultivation was now heaven-defying, Yang Kai had never dared to act above them, let alone ask them to salute him. If he really did, wouldn't his legs be broken by Fourth Master Yang? Chu Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Now that you are High Heaven Sect Master, there is no need for you to be so polite." Ling Tai Su also nodded, "And we all have our current achievements thanks to your blessings. A sect master should have the demeanor of a sect master." Yang Kai nodded, "A sect master cannot be disrespectful to his elders. Both of you are juniors elders, so this is how it should be." Chu Ling Xiao and Ling Tai Su looked at each other and saw the gratification in each other's eyes. "Big brother Yang?" Wu Yi stepped forward and pursed her red lips. Yang Kai looked at her and smiled, "It's been many years since we last met, how have you been?" Back then, Yang Kai was able to establish himself on Shadowed Star thanks to Wu Yi's help. It could be said that Wu Yi and the other family disciples were his first helpers on Shadowed Star. Without their help, there would be no High Heaven Sect today. "Everything is good." Wu Yi responded with a smile. She just felt a bit of longing for him. Reuniting after such a long time caused great waves to surge in her heart, but when she glanced at the person beside him, those ripples quickly subsided. She could no longer keep up with his pace. He stood too high and his light was too dazzling. After greeting everyone one by one, Yang Kai finally turned to Yi Shiyun and said with a grin, "Great Elder has worked hard." Yi Shiyun nodded, "It's good that you've come back. I'll leave High Heaven Sect to you, I'm going to retire now." Yang Kai was startled. Great Elder is still in her prime, radiating brilliance, how could you say such decadent words? Yi Shiyun snorted, "Flattery is useless, I've already made up my mind, don't try to persuade me. Regardless of what your current cultivation is, I don't want to do this anymore. Managing a sect is too stressful, how can it compare to living a carefree life?" Yang Kai sighed, "Since Great Elder has said so, then I won't force you. In any case, after a while, I will take you to another place where Great Elder can rest for as long as she wants." "Another place? What place? The place you just came back from?" Everyone was curious. Yang Kai smiled but did not say anything, instead saying, "I heard you all arguing about something just now, what's wrong? Who is so blind as to offend my High Heaven Sect?" As soon as this statement came out, everyone suddenly fell silent, their previous excitement disappearing. Yang Kai observed their expressions and immediately knew that something must have happened on High Heaven Sect's side. Yi Shiyun said, "Let's talk inside." Everyone entered the hall one after another, and after taking a seat, Yi Shiyun told Yang Kai about the current situation in Star Territory. Only then did Yang Kai learn that it was not High Heaven Sect that had an accident, but rather the entire Hengluo Star Field. 20 years ago, when Su Yin left Star Territory and entered the Ancestral Territory, Star Territory was still safe and sound, but a few years later, some strange void corridors suddenly appeared in Star Territory. Immediately afterwards, starships filled with powerful cultivators flew out from these void corridors and invaded Hengluo Star Field, plundering the various cultivation stars. In the beginning, no one knew what was happening, only that this group of foreign invaders was extremely powerful. Hengluo Star Field had been closed off for countless years, so when had it ever encountered such a force? In a moment of carelessness, several cultivation stars fell. For a time, Star Territory was in a state of panic and everyone felt threatened. After the initial adaptation period, the great forces in Star Territory began to resist. Led by High Heaven Sect, Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, Purple Star, and Sword Union, the masters from all over the Star Territory began to fight the foreign invaders in Star Field. As a result, countless people fell and countless masters were turned to ashes. Even High Heaven Sect suffered heavy losses. Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He had just noticed that although there were many acquaintances in the hall, the few women closest to him were not here, and even his parents were nowhere to be seen. Seemingly guessing the worry in his heart, Yi Shiyun said, "The madams are all safe now, but each of them has returned to their respective stars to gather their strength and defend themselves." Yang Kai was relieved. Shanqing Luo should have returned to Monster Star and Monster Star, while little senior sister should have gone to Tongshan Realm. As for Shuiyu, needless to say, she should be on Water Moon Star, the home star of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. With such a big incident occurring in Star Territory, it was impossible for them to remain in High Heaven Sect. Moreover, when he left, he had left behind many space arrays in Star Territory, so whether it was Monster Star, Tongshan Realm, or Water Moon Star, they could all be connected to High Heaven Sect. At most, they would need to transit a few times. If they really encountered any danger, they had a way out, so there was no need to worry too much about safety. Where did those people come from? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. When the tiger was not at home, the monkey had also rebelled. Yi Shiyun replied, it is said that they came from a place called Great Desolate Star Territory. Yang Kai suddenly showed a strange look. Great Desolate Star Territory? Are you sure they came from Great Desolate Star Territory? Yi Shiyun nodded, absolutely. After more than a decade of war, if one didn't even know where their opponents came from, it would be a big joke. When they inquired about this news, they were also shocked. They had never thought that there was another star territory in this world, one that was actually connected to Hung Luo Star Field. If it weren't for the sudden invasion of Great Desolate Star's territory, the people of Hung Luo Star Field would likely still be in the dark. Does Sect Master know about Great Desolate Star's territory? Yi Shiyun looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Yang Kai chuckled, I know, naturally I know. What a coincidence. Chapter 31-21. The territory of Great Desolate Star was a familiar name. When he, Chiyu, and the others left Hung Luo Star Field and passed through the Starlight Avenue, they had fought with several origin kings from Great Desolate Star Territory. As a result, the Starlight Avenue collapsed and everyone scattered. Even Lu Yen and Xiao Xiao were lost. It took many years for Yang Kai to find them. The leader of this group was Yin Lisheng, the sect master of Netherworld Sect in Great Desolate Star's territory and the overlord of Great Desolate Star's territory. Lu Xianyun, who had shared trials and tribulations with Yang Kai, was also a native of Great Desolate Star's territory, but the two had different attitudes towards Yang Kai and had different endings. Yin Lisheng was lucky enough to escape from the Shattered Star Sea, but he was eventually killed by Yang Kai in the Eastern Territory's ancient wildlands. Lu Xianyun, on the other hand, was recommended by Yang Kai to join Ice Heart Valley. When Yang Kai went to Ice Heart Valley last time, he took the time to meet her and exchanged a few words with her. He learned that she was doing well and was preparing to break through to the Third Order Dao Source realm. With her aptitude and the support of Ice Heart Valley, it would not be difficult for her to break through. In time, she would become another master in the Emperor realm. Suddenly hearing the words, Great Desolate Star's territory from Yi Shiyun, Yang Kai was a little surprised. But thinking about it carefully, when they entered the star boundary with Yin Lusheng and the others, they were able to meet on the Starlight Avenue. Presumably, the territory of the two stars should be close to each other, separated only by a single layer of world barrier. Now that this world barrier was weak and collapsed, the two stars' territory were connected, so the cultivator from Great Desolate Star's territory could naturally come to Hung Luo Star Field. We're both from the same star field, but aren't we his opponent? Yang asked. Yi Shiyun nodded. The other side is led by a sect called Netherworld Sect. They're like a monolithic block of iron while we're fighting our own battles, so we're indeed somewhat inferior. On top of that, as invaders they're flexible and mobile, so naturally they have some advantages. Sure enough, it was the Netherworld Sect. It seemed that even without Yin Lusheng, the Netherworld Sect's position as overlord was unshakable. They had actually united the forces of the entire star territory. So, the starships outside Shadowed Star belong to Great Desolate Star's territory? Yi Shiyun nodded, and Shadowed Star is one of the most important battlefields. The territory of Great Desolate Star has invested a large part of its forces here specifically to deal with our sect. That old man dared to lie to me. Yang Kai coldly snorted. The crowd didn't know who had deceived him, so they were all somewhat astonished. Yi Shiyun continued, what they were arguing about just now was whether to directly attack those starships and destroy their high-end combat power, or to split up and destroy the enemies scattered across Shadowed Star. But since you're back, I don't think there's anything to fight over. Yang Kai nodded, let's wait. Suddenly closing his eyes, Yang Kai slowly raised his hand, flicked his wrist and made a grasping motion in the air. Everyone in the hall suddenly felt their hearts tighten, as if Yang Kai's action had grabbed their hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe. Yang Kai's open hand suddenly clenched into a fist. Success. Yang Kai opened his eyes and lowered his raised hand, causing the terrifying pressure to disappear. Everyone looked at each other with puzzled expressions, none of them understanding what Yang Kai was referring to. But very soon, intense rumbling sounds of explosions suddenly resounded from extremely far away. Everyone couldn't help but perk up their ears to listen. A few of them seemed to have understood something, and they hurriedly rushed out of the hall and raised their heads to look at the starry sky. Somewhere in the starry sky, huge flaming flowers bloomed one after another. Even in broad daylight, even from thousands of kilometers away, one could still see them clearly. Following the appearance of the flaming flowers, the sound of explosions rang out one after another. The location where these flame flowers appeared was where the starships on Great Desolate Star were anchored. Returning to the hall and explaining what they had seen, everyone was dumbfounded. Although everyone knew that Yang Kai was Shadowed Star's Star Master and could dominate everything on Shadowed Star, the starships on Great Desolate Star's territory were anchored in the star field, not on Shadowed Star's surface. From such a great distance, just a casual movement was enough to pulverize these starships. Just how powerful was this? There were also many Origin Kings aboard those starships, so it was likely none of them had been able to escape at this moment, all of them dead. For a time, everyone was extremely excited. Yi Shiyun's expression became solemn as she said, "Now that the differences have been resolved, there's no need for everyone to wait any longer, right? If we don't act now, when will we?" With a burst of clatter, everyone got up and walked out, leaving High Heaven Sect through different space arrays and heading to different parts of Shadowed Star. They were determined to pursue the enemy and wipe out all the remnants of Great Desolate Star's territory on Shadowed Star. Yang Kai said, "I'm also going out to stretch my muscles." Shadowed Star was his territory, so how could he tolerate some clowns running amok here? The people who had invaded Great Desolate Star's territory were like fleas hopping around his body. Naturally, he wanted to catch them, pull out their intestines, strangle their necks, and give himself a good shake. Turning his head, he said, "Senior sister, you should rest." Without waiting for Su Yen to refute, his figure flickered and he disappeared. Su Yen shook her head helplessly. A figure suddenly rushed in from outside the hall and called out excitedly, "Where's my son?" It was Dong Suju, who had heard about Yang Kai's return and had immediately rushed over, but she was still a step too late. "Slow down, what if you fall? You're already so old, how can you still be so reckless?" Fourth Master Yang's unhurried voice came from behind, but his speed was also extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was standing side by side with Dong Suju. It was obvious that his mood at the moment was not as calm as he appeared on the surface. The husband and wife swept their eyes around but did not see Yang Kai's figure, instead focusing their attention on Su Yen. "Su girl?" Dong Suju's eyes suddenly turned red as she covered her red lips with her hand, tears streaming down her face as she asked in a trembling voice, "Is it really Su girl?" Su Yen stepped forward and bowed gracefully, "Mother." Her voice was crisp and sweet, and when it reached the ears of Fourth Master Yang and his wife, it was like the sound of nature, making them feel that there was no voice more beautiful in this world. "It really is Su girl." Fourth Master Yang pushed Dong Suju, who was in a daze. After all, she was a woman. She would be at a loss even if she encountered a little situation. He had really worried himself to death in this life. Dong Suju hurriedly reached out and pulled Su Yen into her arms. Dong Suju was petite and exquisite, but Su Yan's figure was tall, half a head taller than her. At this moment, when she hugged her, it was as if she had thrown herself into Su Yan's arms. Su Yan smiled and looked over Dong Suju's shoulder at Fourth Master Yang. "Father." Fourth Master Yang suppressed the excitement in his heart and gently nodded. He felt as if a big stone that had been hanging in his heart for 20 years had finally been put down. When Su Yan went to explore the void corridor, she inexplicably disappeared, causing everyone to worry. Dong Suju and Fourth Master Yang had been unable to eat or sleep at night, always feeling guilty towards Yang Kai. They couldn't even take care of their daughter-in-law and secretly hated their own low cultivation, otherwise they would never have allowed Su Yen to take such risks. Over the years, the husband and wife had also worked hard in retreat, hoping that one day they could break through to the Origin King realm and enter the void corridor to search for Su Yan's whereabouts. Otherwise, how could they face Yang Kai? But they hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise to come so suddenly. Yang Kai had returned and so had Su Yan. No one could be happier than this couple. All right, you've made Su Yan's clothes wet." Fourth Master Yang saw Dong Suju crying and suddenly couldn't stand her. Hearing him say this, Dong Suju raised her head and pulled Su Yan over, looking her up and down, just like when Su Yen saw Yang Kai before, her face filled with concern. Come, sit down and talk. Dong Suju took Su Yan's hand and walked to the side to sit down, eager to know where she had been all these years and whether she had suffered. The two sat down and chatted for a while before Su Yen said, Mother Yang Kai, don't mention that smelly brat. Dong Suju's pretty face became serious. Just let him die outside. Fourth Master Yang asked, then why did you rush over here in such a hurry? Why do you care? I want to. Dong Suju glared, I came to look for Su Yen. See, I was just casually saying, why are you throwing a tantrum? Fourth Master Yang was also helpless and reached out to touch his forehead. He didn't know who had just come in and shouted, where's my son? If you can't stand it, just divorce me. In any case, the outside world is full of beauties. I think you've had this intention for a long time, right? Do you want me to prepare a letter of divorce for you? Just sign it and it'll be fine. Fourth Master Yang spread his hands and then reached out to pull his mouth. Su Yen giggled. Dong Suju patted her hand and earnestly said, men should be disciplined like this. Don't be too good to that smelly brat. The better you are to him, the less he will take you seriously. You should be a little more fierce, then he will think of you everywhere. Mother is right, I will remember. Su Yen gently nodded. Mother is doing this for your own good, your temper. Ning Chang is also the same, only little Qing Luo is a little more opinionated. I'll go talk to her some other day, you all are too lenient with him. After a pause she whispered, he came back this time but he didn't bring anything. What? Su Yen looked at her suspiciously. He didn't bring any random woman with him, right? Su Yen thought for a moment and said, that doesn't count. She also knew He Yunxiang and knew why she was with Yang Kai, so naturally she wouldn't think of her as one of Yang Kai's women. Dong Suju was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her hair standing on end as she said with a livid face, did he really bring her? This really pisses me off. If he was like this, he would have loved her dearly. How could he have left without any news for several decades and still be fooling around outside? That's not his. He's rebelling. Dong Suju slapped the armrest of her chair and turned her head to glare at Fourth Master Yang. It's all because of your good son. Fourth Master Yang lowered his head and didn't say anything, feeling very wronged. He hadn't even said anything yet he was still dragged into this mess. Smelly brat, you're on your own now. If you don't find some time, your mother will beat your ass to a pulp, otherwise I'll do it myself. That's really not his. Su Yen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but her heart was filled with warmth. Chapter 31-22. Shadowed Star, Gathering Cloud Mountain. This place was rich in world energy and was one of the most famous crystal stone lodes on Shadowed Star. It was also one of High Heaven Sect's most important industries on Shadowed Star. The amount of crystal stones mined every year was more than a tenth of High Heaven Sect's income. Such an important industry was naturally guarded by a master. Dressed in a tight dress that outlined her graceful curves and neatly tied back hair, Qiu Yimeng appeared valiant. The former first young lady of the Qiu family and current patriarch of the Qiu family, Qiu Yimeng, was the one guarding this place. After several dozen years of hard work, the aura she exuded was that of a first-order origin king. It could be said that among the younger generation of the central capital, besides Yang Kai, her cultivation was the highest. In this regard, even many of the older generation couldn't compare. Of course, this was partly because of her outstanding talent, but there was also a bigger reason. The stars in the sky were too far away, so if one wanted to pluck them, how could they not work hard? Even if they couldn't, they could at least get closer. Shadowed Star was one of the main battlefields in the territory of the two great stars, so naturally, it was quite well taken care of by the Great Desolate Star territory. There were several dozen battlefields on Shadowed Star, and various material resources were frequently fought over. On Gathering Cloud Mountain's side, the Great Desolate Star territory was naturally also focused on. The other side also had an Origin King Realm Master and several hundred cultivator subordinates, as well as numerous Origin returning Realm Masters. The High Heaven Sect disciples led by Qiu Yimeng had been entangled here for 5 years and had fought hundreds of battles, both sides winning and losing, but neither side could do anything to the other. The Great Desolate Star Territory's forces who wanted to seize the crystal stone lodes had been unable to succeed, and Qiu Yimeng was helpless against them. Even when she asked High Heaven Sect for help, the other side would respond. What's more, the more Origin Kings High Heaven Sect dispatched, the stronger the enemy would be. After 5 years, the two sides reached a consensus that they would only rely on the available manpower to fight each other, neither side asking for anything from the back or behind them. Chiu Yimeng's heart was filled with determination. After several dozen years he must have gone even higher and further, right? If she couldn't even deal with these people in front of her, how could she get closer to him? When there was no competition he would cultivate diligently, not daring to waste time. Suddenly there was an urgent knock on the door. "Come in." Chiu Yimeng opened her eyes. The door opened and a burly man walked in, his murderous aura so thick it was almost tangible. This burly man was none other than the blood warrior who had followed Yang Kai in the Inheritance War and made great contributions to Feng. Each of the Yang family blood warriors was an outstanding individual who was loyal to the Yang family. After Yang Kai came to Shadowed Star, the strength of these blood warriors had also grown exponentially. Tu Feng, one of the best blood warriors, was now a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, only one step away from breaking through to the origin king realm. Almost all of Chiu Yimeng's subordinates were from the central capital 8 great families, so it was only natural that the Yang family blood warriors would follow her orders. Elder Chiu. Tu Feng cupped his fists. After breaking through to the origin king realm, Chiu Yimeng could naturally become an elder in High Heaven sect. What is it? There's been some movement from that group of dog food. Again? Chiu Yimeng frowned, feeling that something was wrong. Wasn't this frequency a bit too fast? The last battle was only 5 days ago, so logically speaking, everyone should have been able to call a truce for at least a month, so how could they have come back in just a few days? Tu Feng said with a strange expression. They're not here, they're trying to escape. Want to escape? Chiu Yimeng frowned even more. Everyone had been fighting here for 5 years, so who didn't know each other? How could they suddenly want to escape? Vaguely understanding something, Chiu Yimeng asked, "What was that noise just now?" She had been cultivating, so although she had heard some strange sounds she hadn't thought too much about them, but now that she thought about it, those sounds seemed to be coming from the star field, and the direction they were coming from, it couldn't be, Tu Feng said excitedly. "I was just about to tell you about it. The starships on Great Desolate Star's territory seem to have been destroyed." Great Elder took action? Chiu Yimeng's expression became serious. The dozen or so starships anchored outside Shadowed Star, glaring at the entire Shadowed Star. Not only did they give the cultivators on Great Desolate Star the confidence to wreak havoc on Shadowed Star, but they also served as a deterrent to High Heaven Sect's overall actions. Although High Heaven Sect was not weak today and had an endless number of Origin Kings, the only Third-Order Origin King currently presiding over the sect was Great Elder Yi Shiyun. The others were not on Shadowed Star, so they were simply too far away to quench their immediate thirst. Unless Yi Shiyun took action personally, no one could do anything to those starships. No, even if Yi Shiyun took action she wouldn't be able to do such a thing, unless those people returned to High Heaven Sect to join forces with her. Those people have returned? Chiu Yimeng couldn't help thinking of this, but if that was the case it made sense. Tu Feng said, "I don't know the specific situation, but this is a good time for us to take action." Chiu Yimeng stood up and sneered, "It's time to settle accounts." With their backers gone, it would be strange if the people on Great Desolate Star didn't panic. Chiu Yimeng naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to beat a drowning dog. Outside the door, Chiu Yimeng saw pairs of eyes staring at her, each of them exuding a powerful aura. Looking at these familiar faces, Chiu Yimeng nodded lightly. Turning her head, Chiu Yimeng saw several streams of light flickering in the sky a few hundred kilometers away, dazzling like meteors, but instead of falling down they flew upwards. It was the cultivator from Great Desolate Star's territory who wanted to escape from Shadowed Star. Turning her head to the other side, Chiu Yimeng saw the same scene from a further location. It seemed that the destruction of their starships had caused these people on Great Desolate Star's territory to panic, so how could they have the courage to remain on Shadowed Star? "Don't let a single one of them go," Chiu Yimeng shouted. Was Shadowed Star a place where they could come and go as they pleased? Yes. Pushing their Saint Chi, a group of figures flew out and chased after their 5-year-old enemy. With flashes of light, Shadowed Star was bustling today with similar scenes happening all over the world. As the chase continued, the distance between the two groups did not seem to close. After all, the cultivators on Great Desolate Star's territory were not vegetarians. Daring to invade another star's territory, how could they do so without strength? Seeing that this group of people was about to escape from Shadowed Star if she didn't act quickly, Chiu Yimeng grit her teeth, formed a seal with her hands, and condensed a faint red mist around her body. Her speed suddenly increased like a bolt of lightning. The group of fleeing cultivators on Great Desolate Star's territory seemed to feel something and turned around, only to see a red light rushing towards them at an extremely fast speed, causing the leader's face to sink. Smelly woman. This leader was the Origin King Realm Master from Great Desolate Stars territory whom Qiu Yimeng had been fighting for several years. He was a lean man about 40 years old, and although he coveted Qiu Yimeng's beauty, he had never been able to suppress her. At this moment, seeing her rushing towards him alone, he suddenly had an idea. Before leaving, snatching a woman would be a good idea. Sending out a few words with his divine sense, the fleeing group suddenly dispersed. This scene was naturally seen by Qiu Yimeng, but she did not reduce her speed in the slightest. Come, you won't be able to return, the lean man sneered. Bien Hong, accept death. Before this person arrived, Qiu Yimeng's tender voice rang out. The man named Bien Hong laughed, pretending to flee while turning around to tease her. Little girl, if you can't bear to part with Uncle Bien, why don't you come with me? Uncle Bien will take good care of you and feed you until you're full. These vulgar words caused the group of people to burst into laughter. Qiu Yimeng responded with a divine technique. Lifting her white hand high, a long sword trembled as it flickered and condensed the power of the wind around it. When the long sword was swung down, a sword wave several dozen meters in length shot out towards the cultivator on Great Desolate Stars territory. The wind around this sword wave was so strong that it seemed like a tornado was about to erupt. Seeing this situation, everyone on Great Desolate Stars territory wore dignified expressions. In any case, the one attacking was an Origin King. How could they take it lightly? The scattered formation suddenly merged together and Saint Chi fluctuations surged. The cultivator on Great Desolate Stars territory merged into one in the blink of an eye, their Saint Chi linking together to form a light shield. With a loud bang, the giant sword slammed into the light shield, causing a burst of light and energy to surge. Qiu Yimeng grit her teeth and pushed her strength downwards, wanting to break through the light shield and kill a few people first. Gotcha! Cracks immediately appeared on the light shield, as if it would collapse at any moment. Qiu Yimeng was startled, not happy but shocked. Because although her blow was extremely strong, it was absolutely impossible for it to break through her opponent's defense so easily. After all, there was also an Origin King on the other side. Unless, her eyes narrowed, but Bien Hong's figure was nowhere to be seen. She had no idea when he had disappeared. Shit. Qiu Yimeng was shocked, knowing that she had been too eager to chase after her enemy and had been caught off guard. A strong gust of wind blew behind her and she could hear the cries of Tu Feng and the others in the distance. Although Qiu Yimeng was shocked, she did not panic. So many years of fighting had given her flexible combat instincts, so she quickly pushed her Saint Chi to form a protective barrier behind her. Saint Chi collided and the hastily condensed Saint Chi barrier broke as Bien Hong's palm landed on her back, grinning fiercely as he shouted, "Die!" Qiu Yimeng staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood, taking advantage of this opportunity to open up some distance between her and Bien Hong. Bien Hong's face went pale as he looked down at his palm, only to see it had turned dark and numb. Desperately pushing his strength to suppress it, he found it difficult to do so. Gritting his teeth, he roared, "What did you do?" Qiu Yimeng chuckled, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and tilted her head to look at him. "Do you like this gift? This was specially prepared for you." Seeing her look, Bien Hong's heart clenched. "You tricked me." How could he not know that Qiu Yimeng had deliberately used a powerful divine technique to expose a flaw in her back in order to lure him in for a sneak attack? She was definitely wearing some kind of artifact armor, and it was one that was highly toxic. His palm had not taken her life, but instead he had been poisoned. Although this poison was not fatal, it still required him to spend a great deal of energy to suppress it. In front of her, how could he spare any energy to do such a thing? Qiu Yimeng reached out and brushed her hair behind her ear, her eyes clear as water. "Yes, so what?" Chapter 31-23. Bien Hong's heart sank to the bottom of the valley as he felt a chill run down his spine. This woman was truly scheming. He had fought with her for 5 years, yet he didn't know she still had such a card up her sleeve. Only at the last moment did she reveal it and use it against him. In his heart, he hated himself for being too careless, but there was no medicine for regret. Thinking quickly, Bien Hong turned around and fled, shouting, "Smelly, today I'll let you go, but in the future I'll make you submit under this king's crotch." Qiu Yimeng raised her sword and chased after him but was unable to close the distance between them. She had already used a secret technique to increase her speed, which consumed a lot of her Saint Chi, and now she had exposed a flaw to lure Bien Hong into her trap, causing her to suffer some injuries. In this situation where their cultivations were infinitely close, if Bien Hong insisted on escaping, she really had no way to deal with him. In a flash, the two of them had crossed the clouds and the scenery below was no longer visible. Qiu Yimeng finally sent out a burst of sword chi and stopped. This attack was easily dodged by Bien Hong, but before he left, he didn't forget to turn around and ridicule her, causing Qiu Yimeng to become furious. Her beautiful eyes stared at Bien Hong's back, as if she wanted to imprint this man into the depths of her mind and one day cut him down with her sword. A figure suddenly appeared 1,000 meters above Bien Hong. Qiu Yimeng didn't notice it at first, but after inadvertently glancing over, she couldn't help frowning as she narrowed her eyes. This person's back was facing a round sun, and the golden light was too dazzling, casting a shadow over his face, making it difficult to see clearly, but his figure was familiar. Qiu Yimeng's heart jumped violently. This figure perfectly coincided with the shadow that lingered in the depths of her memory. Who is it? Bien Hong flew 1,000 meters into the sky, suddenly feeling something and looking up he was shocked. He didn't know when a person had appeared above him, but upon closer inspection, he found that it was a young man he had never seen before. Sweeping this person with his divine sense, he couldn't detect any energy fluctuations. Scram! Bien Hong was furious. Today he had suffered a big loss at Qiu Yimeng's hands, nearly capsizing his boat in a ditch, forcing him to flee in embarrassment, yet at this time someone dared to block his path? He raised his hand and slapped toward the young man. Energy surged from his palm, and its power was unfathomable. The young man also raised his palm and gently pushed it down, his posture casual as if he wasn't facing an origin king, but rather a fallen leaf fluttering in the wind, an enigmatic smile appearing on his face as he said, "Go down." Bien Hong's eyes suddenly widened, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. That palm looked ordinary and harmless, but when it came down, it actually covered the entire world. Everything in front of him turned dark and there was no light at all. Inexplicably, Bien Hong felt that he was rapidly falling. What was going on? Bien Hong's mind was in a daze. Before he could even turn his head around, a sharp force had already attacked him from below. When he turned around, he was overwhelmed with shock. How could Qiu Yimeng miss such a good opportunity? He immediately wrapped his body in the sword light and turned it into a shocking attack, slashing towards Bien Hong. As the sword light and the figure collided, Qiu Yimeng's figure reappeared, her face slightly flushed as she gasped for breath. This killing blow had obviously consumed a lot of her strength. Bien Hong stretched out his hand and clutched his chest, his figure staggering as he stared at Qiu Yimeng in disbelief, grit his teeth and muttered, "You?" Between his fingers, blood spurted out, instantly drenching his clothes, and the smell of blood filled the air. Qiu Yimeng raised her hand and waved at him. The vitality in Bien Hong's eyes quickly disappeared as he fell headfirst to the ground, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The warriors of the Grand Desolation Star Field suddenly panicked. Their strongest warrior, Bien Hong, had been killed so easily. They couldn't believe it. They wanted to run away, but they felt that the space around them had suddenly become very thick. They couldn't help but feel that it was difficult to move. Tu Feng and the others finally arrived. Tang Yuxian came to Qiu Yimeng's side and asked with concern, "Young Lady Qiu, are you okay?" They were too far away just now, so they didn't know exactly what had happened. All they saw was that Qiu Yimeng had miraculously killed Bien Hong and must have paid a heavy price. Qiu Yimeng shook her head and pointed to the cultivator on Great Desolate Star's territory, "Kill them all." Tu Feng, Tang Yuxian, and the others nodded and flew out to join the cultivator on Great Desolate Star's territory. The result was unexpectedly simple. Their opponents, who used to be evenly matched with them in the past, couldn't even display half of their strength today, as if they had all been suppressed. Many of High Heaven Sect's disciples rushed forward, like a pack of wolves rushing into a flock of sheep, the cultivators on Great Desolate Star's territory unable to fight back. Screams rang out one after another as one figure after another fell from the sky, covered in blood. 5 years of old enemies, today there was an opportunity to clear them all out. This was a great event, but Qiu Yimeng turned a deaf ear to it, the sounds of fighting in her ears becoming extremely distant and gradually becoming inaudible. She looked up in a daze, her heart eager to know the answer to the question in her heart. As the figure approached, Qiu Yimeng's heartbeat became faster and faster, and she even felt a little anxious. Finally, when the figure approached, a familiar face appeared in front of her eyes and a familiar smile hung on his lips. Memories from several decades ago gradually came alive, as if he had just jumped out of her memories. Qiu Yimeng's breathing stagnated, and she didn't dare to recognize him. They had clearly drawn closer to each other, but she felt even farther away than before. He seemed to be a round sun hanging in the sky, far away from her. Although she could see him, she could only feel his warm halo, which illuminated the area in front of her while casting an indelible shadow behind her. "You don't recognize me?" Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. "Greetings, Sect Master." Qiu Yimeng gathered her thoughts and bowed her head, her eyelashes fluttering fiercely, her voice somewhat choked up. Qiu Yimeng had thought that after several decades of hard work, she would be able to draw closer to him, but now that she saw him again she discovered that this was not the case. Yang Kai raised his hand and placed his middle finger on her forehead. "Look up." Qiu Yimeng took a deep breath and raised her head. Dong. Qiu Yimeng's head flew back, her hands covering her forehead as she angrily shouted, "What are you doing?" He actually used his finger to flick her forehead. This was too much. Even if his strength was high, he shouldn't bully others like this. Qiu Yimeng's eyes couldn't help turning red. After waiting for so many years, was this all she got? Yang Kai laughed and said, "First, young lady Qiu, just a moment ago I thought you had been possessed by some evil spirit and was about to harden my heart and eliminate this demon, but now it seems there is no need for that. You're the one who's been possessed." Qiu Yimeng said indignantly. Seeing him still smiling, she suddenly became angry and lifted her foot to kick him. Yang Kai quickly dodged. "You dare." Qiu Yimeng glared at him and kicked out again. Seeing that Qiu Yimeng was still glaring at him, Yang Kai let out a yelp of pain and pretended to jump up and down while clutching his calf, pretending to be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Qiu Yimeng squinted at him with a surprised expression that said, "Are you an idiot?" Staring at him, her face suddenly blushed. This looks like flirting." She didn't dare to glare at him. Her heart felt warm. No matter how high his cultivation was, no matter how long he had been away, it wasn't that he was too far away from her, it was she who wanted to use a yardstick to measure the distance between them. "Good, you're now a sect master, don't let others see you like this." Qiu Yimeng couldn't help smiling. Yang Kai suddenly grabbed her wrist. Qiu Yimeng panicked, her heart in a mess. What are you doing?" As soon as these words came out, her face flushed bright red. Because a pure energy flowed from Yang Kai's palm into her body, the previous injuries she had suffered immediately showed signs of improvement. Suddenly she felt extremely embarrassed and wished she could find a hole to crawl into. He was just healing her, causing her to feel an inexplicable sense of loss. What was I expecting? After a short while, Yang Kai took back his hand and took out a spirit pill and placed it in her palm. Qiu Yimeng didn't ask any questions, raising her head and swallowing it down, stroking her hair as she asked, "When did you come back?" Her expression and tone had returned to normal. Since they couldn't help each other and couldn't forget each other, they could only get along well. "I just came back." Yang Kai said, "A lot of things happened here." "And have you returned to the sect?" "I've already returned." "Great Elder should have told you, right?" "I've heard." "Shadowed Star is your territory, how do you want to deal with it?" Yang Kai said, "Since you've come here, don't even think about leaving." While the two were talking, Yang Kai had already begun secretly taking action, causing the surrounding world energy to suddenly fluctuate before the surrounding world principles became extremely clear. Qiu Yimeng stared blankly at her surroundings, suddenly feeling a strange sensation. The stars under her feet seemed to have come to life. They were originally alive and had never died, but since Yang Kai left Shadowed Star, this cultivation star had become a little lonely and had gradually changed. If they were alive, then in the several dozen years after Yang Kai left, they had been in a deep slumber. But now, with the return of Yang Kai, they had also awakened from their long slumber. The surrounding world energy was filled with an indescribable vitality, and Qiu Yimeng could even feel the surrounding world energy pulsing and interacting with one another. Between the heavens and earth, it was as if an invisible net had suddenly appeared, turning into a cage that enveloped the entire stars. Qiu Yimeng thought for a moment before turning her head to look into the distance, condensing her Saint Qi into her eyes and vaguely seeing the scenery there. A few thousand kilometers away, high up in the sky, the cultivators of the Grand Desolation star field were like fish caught in a net, desperately struggling to break free from the shackles of Shadowed Star, but no matter what they did, they were unable to do so. They couldn't escape from Shadowed Star, and under the suppression of the omnipresent world principles, they couldn't even exert their full strength. The cultivators on Shadowed Star didn't have this kind of suppression at all, and instead they chased after the invaders and killed them one by one. This was the power of a Star Master. Above the stars, I am God and God is me. Chapter 31-24. Above the clouds, under the sun, Yang Kai closed his eyes and spread out his hands, a golden light enveloping him, giving him a sense of divinity. Screams rang out one after another as hundreds of cultivators on Great Desolate Stars territory were killed in less than half a cup of tea's worth of time. Tu Feng and the others returned, and after seeing Yang Kai, they all showed looks of excitement. Qiu Yimeng raised a finger to her lips and whispered softly. A moment later, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and looked at everyone with a smile. Patriarch. Sect Master. Everyone saluted. Yang Kai's eyes swept over the familiar faces. Tu Feng, Tang Yuxian, Ying Jiu, these Yang family blood warriors who had followed him to participate in the Yang family inheritance war had all grown up greatly. The disciples of the 8 great families had also shed their youthful innocence and matured. There were also the disciples of the various sects in the central capital. Even if they had not seen each other for several dozen years, these faces corresponded to familiar names. Yang Kai had never forgotten them because they were a group of companions he had made when he was at his weakest. The memories of the past were vivid in his mind. Your elder sister is back. Yang Kai looked at Sassafras and said. Sassafras was startled for a moment before becoming ecstatic. Elder sister, she had another opportunity. Sassafras's eyes burst into tears as he jumped up and down, as excited as a monkey. Finally calming himself down, he turned to Yang Kai and asked, Where is she? I haven't sect. I want to go back. Sassafras couldn't wait and turned around to leave. Su Yin had disappeared for 20 years, her fate unknown, causing him great worry. Now that he heard that Su Yin had returned safe and sound, he was naturally excited. However, he couldn't take a single step as if he was being held back. Sassafras turned to look at Yang Kai and said awkwardly, Brother-in-law, I admit that I have cursed you in my heart over the years, but since elder sister is back, just treat it as a fart. I'll apologize to you another day. Let me go now. You're cursing me? Yang Kai was stunned. Sassafras scratched his head and laughed dryly. Naturally, Yang Kai had cursed Su Yin for exploring the void corridor because she wanted to find Yang Kai. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone missing. The culprit behind all of this was naturally Yang Kai. I'll ask your sister to deal with you later. Yang Kai snorted. It doesn't matter how you clean it up as long as you're safe. Sassafras looked like a dead pig that was unafraid of boiling water. He was no longer the frivolous playboy he used to be. Can you let me go now? I'll send you on your way. Yang Kai waved his hand and Sassafras suddenly disappeared, leaving behind only a wave of spatial energy. Yang Kai turned to look at Qiu Yimeng and said, Now that everything here has been dealt with, you should return to the sect. Shadowed Star will no longer be invaded by foreign enemies. Yes. Everyone answered loudly. Where are you going? Qiu Yimeng asked anxiously. There are some things I need to deal with, I'll be back soon. Yang Kai smiled at her before his figure flickered and he also disappeared. Qiu Yimeng stretched out her hand but grasped empty air, a look of disappointment filling her face. The group of people looked at her with complicated expressions. Everyone knew what she was thinking, but unfortunately, the goddess had dreams while King Xiang had no heart, so no one dared to comment. Tu Feng grinned and said, Finally we can relax for a while. Elder Qiu, shall we go back? He couldn't bear to see her in such a daze and wanted to change the subject. Qiu Yimeng nodded and turned her eyes in the direction of High Heaven Sect. It's time to go back. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he flew all the way underground. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the Earth's core. This was the place where he had refined Shadowed Star's Star Source and also the place where Shadowed Star's Star Source was born. After leaving for several dozen years and suddenly returning, Yang Kai suddenly noticed that Shadowed Star's Star Source had some abnormal reactions, especially when he had tried to communicate with its world principles several times before. As soon as Yang Kai entered the Earth's core karst cave, he could not help but feel a sense of familiarity, like a wanderer returning home. This kind of familiarity was incomparable even to the feeling he had when he returned to High Heaven Sect. It was as if this place was his home, the beginning and the end of everything. The Shadowed Star Source in his body also became much more active, constantly stirring. Yang Kai walked up to a stone bed, sat down cross-legged, and emptied his mind, allowing the Star Source in his body to gradually resonate with Shadowed Star's Star Source. After a while, Yang Kai lay down again and slept on the stone bed. After a while, he shifted from lying flat to lying on his side with a serene expression, like an unborn baby being gestated in its mother's womb. There seemed to be some kind of sound gradually entering Yang Kai's ears. At first it wasn't clear, but gradually it became clear. The sound was chaotic and innumerable, composing an indescribable melody that vibrated in Yang Kai's mind. Yang Kai was surprised and focused his attention on these sounds. Soon Yang Kai realized that these sounds were coming from all corners of Shadowed Star. He didn't use any of his strength, didn't communicate with the world principles, and didn't even take advantage of his status as a Star Master. Just by lying here he was able to hear everything happening on Shadowed Star. The sounds of insects and birds chirping, all kinds of sounds that Yang Kai couldn't understand in the past were now clear as day. 2 dung beetles were fighting over a round ball in the wilderness, their antennae touching each other as they quarreled. That's my shit, get lost. That's mine, get lost. If you don't get lost, I'll beat you. Why don't you try? I'll try. The quarrel developed into a scramble, and the scramble turned into a fight, with neither side willing to show weakness and the other locked in battle. The moths in the spider web struggled while the 8-legged spiders laughed happily and quickly climbed to the center of the spider web, injected their toxins into the moths and feasted. Delicious, delicious, it would be even better if I could eat this every day. A pair of ants shouted orderly slogans as they marched in formation, working tirelessly to carry the food they had collected from several kilometers away back to their nest. Yang Kai followed the sounds of begging and discovered that they were coming from a place that had been suffering from a drought for several years now. Starving people were everywhere, but they were still willing to eat. Some mortals were asking powerful masters to set up altars, begging for rain from the heavens to relieve their poverty. Yang Kai, who seemed to be sleeping, waved his hand impatiently. High up in the sky, several thunderclaps rang out and the cloudless sky suddenly darkened. Dark clouds gathered overhead, covering a radius of 10,000 kilometers. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as heavy rain poured down. These mortals looked up to the heavens and knelt down in worship, kowtowing constantly as they cried out for the gods to appear. Colored Glass Sect. Dai Yuan had transformed into her colored glass body and was fighting with enemies several times her size. Just as she was about to be defeated, the world energy aura suddenly fluctuated and several bursts of energy swept past the bodies of these people, cutting them in half, spraying blood and scattering their internal organs all over the ground. Dai Yuan was shocked and unable to comprehend what had happened. The enemies who had been cut in half also had looks of shock on their faces. They had no idea who had ambushed them, appearing and disappearing so mysteriously. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk the bursts of energy continued as one enemy after another fell. All the Colored Glass Sect disciples were dumbfounded as they watched this inexplicable force behead the enemies in front of them one by one without harming any of the Colored Glass Sect disciples. Junior sister, what's going on? In Su Dai flew over and stood side by side with Dai Yuan, asking suspiciously. Dai Yuan shook her head. I don't know. The two of them turned to look at Gong Ao Fu together. Gong Ao Fu also wore a look of surprise. After all the enemies had died, she cupped her fists and called out tenderly, Who is this powerful master? Please show yourself, Colored Glass Sect will be eternally grateful. After calling out 3 times in a row, no one answered, as if the powerful master who had secretly helped didn't exist at all. Gong Ao Fu sighed slightly. She knew that since the other party was not willing to reveal himself, she would not be able to find him. She could only silently remember this kindness. When the day came that she knew the benefactor's name, she would definitely repay him. A similar scene played out in every corner of Shadowed Star's great sects. Originally, because the starships on Great Desolate Star had been destroyed, the cultivator on Great Desolate Star had wanted to flee, but how could Shadowed Star allow them to? Naturally, they had taken this opportunity to pursue and engage in a fierce battle. Inexplicably, one powerful enemy after another was beheaded, and in less than an hour, all of Shadowed Star had become silent, with no more fighting occurring. Countless people were confused. They didn't know what was going on and they didn't know who the hidden expert was. At a certain moment, the world energy aura suddenly fluctuated and a vague shadow suddenly appeared in a very distant place. This shadow was not very clear when it first appeared, so no one could clearly see what it was. All they knew was that it was extremely large, like a black curtain that covered half the sky. Every living being on Shadowed Star, no matter where they were, as long as they looked up, they would be able to see this shadow. An indescribable feeling welled up in everyone's hearts. That shadow made people involuntarily have an impulse to prostrate themselves in worship. Under everyone's gazes, the shadow gradually changed, becoming a head, hands, and feet. It suddenly transformed into the appearance of a person, a figure that seemed to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the heavens and earth. Such a scene was so shocking that no one could recover from their shock. After a while, the appearance of this figure gradually became clear. Many pairs of eyes became dazed, excited, joyful, and surprised. Many people recognized the appearance of this person. Yang Kai. It was actually Yang Kai, who had been away for several dozen years, the master of Shadowed Star. Now that the giant shadow had appeared, where was the real master? What made these people even more confused was that the huge shadow that covered the sky was actually lying on its side in the sky with its eyes tightly closed, as if it was sleeping soundly. As its chest rose and fell, the world energy tide continued to rise and fall. Specks of starlight suddenly appeared from the star field and fell from all directions on Shadowed Star. At first glance, it seemed as if it had fallen, causing many people to panic. However, when these specks of starlight fell, there was no damage. Instead, it was as if a mysterious force was pouring into Shadowed Star, nourishing this cultivation star that had given birth to hundreds of millions of living beings. As Yang Kai's giant shadow breathed, more and more specks of starlight fell, densely packed and seemingly endless. The world energy aura of all of Shadowed Star became richer and purer at a discernible speed, and even the unfathomable world principles became clearer. The Star Master's reverse nourishment. Chapter 31-25. The relationship between a Star Master and a cultivation star was not a simple master-servant relationship, but rather one of mutual benefit. The higher the cultivation of the Star Master, the more benefits the cultivation star would receive, and vice versa. For example, Tongxian Realm's world energy had suddenly dried up. If Xia Ningchang had not taken the risk to refine Tongxian Realm's star source, it was likely that the originally thriving Tongxian Realm would have withered after just a few dozen years. Yang Kai had not been on Shadowed Star for so many years, causing the connection between the star source and Shadowed Star to become weak, and after more than a decade of war, the situation of the entire stars had deteriorated. It was only because only a short time had passed that the cultivators on Shadowed Star weren't aware of this change. But as soon as Yang Kai returned, he felt it. Shadowed Star was undoubtedly more desolate than it was when he left. Now that an opportunity had arisen, the Star Master had returned the favor and used the power of the starry sky to nourish all of Shadowed Star, greatly enriching the devastated land and making it more fertile. All living things had benefited. After this event, the mortal worlds would no longer suffer from drought and floods, and cultivators would find it much easier to cultivate. When they encountered bottlenecks and shackles, they would be able to make breakthroughs faster. It could be said that this was a matter of great merit for the present and great benefits for the future, benefiting the common people. Yang Kai was completely unaware of all this. He was currently in a state of extreme emptiness as countless voices entered his ears. If an ordinary person encountered such a situation, they would have gone crazy, but Yang Kai was completely calm, as if he was born to be like this. These chaotic voices not only did not seem noisy, but instead gave him a wonderful sense of intimacy. With his eyes closed, Yang Kai could feel the movements of every blade of grass, every flower, and every tree on Shadowed Star. The whole world had become brilliant and colorful. Time passed slowly. In High Heaven Sect, the square in front of the main hall was filled with people, and so was the main hall. These people were not just from High Heaven Sect, but also from the other great forces on Shadowed Star. At this moment, almost all of the strongest cultivators on Shadowed Star had gathered here. A month ago, the giant shadow of Yang Kai suddenly appeared in the sky, and everyone saw it clearly. This giant shadow could not have appeared out of thin air, so naturally many people had their own speculations and sent messages to High Heaven Sect to inquire. As a result, they received news that made them ecstatic. Yang Kai had returned. Everyone suddenly realized why the starships of the Grand Desolation Star Field were suddenly destroyed and why the cultivators of the Grand Desolation Star Field were inexplicably killed. It turned out that all of this was Yang Kai's handiwork. Everyone was secretly excited but also shocked. All of them seemed to have found a pillar of support, and their hearts that had been hanging in the air finally relaxed. With Yang Kai presiding over them, who would dare invade Shadowed Star? This was probably the best news Yang Kai had heard in over the past decade. Since a month ago, Yang Kai's giant shadow had appeared, and even now he had maintained his sleeping posture, but occasionally he would roll over, kick his legs, or change his sleeping position. As he breathed in and out, countless stars from the starry sky were attracted to him, decorating all of Shadowed Star with dazzling light. A month passed without a day. Even after such a long time, this scene was still shocking to many. After a month, the effects of the Star Master's reverse nourishment began to show. From all over the world, from all kinds of sects, large numbers of disciples began to break through like bamboo shoots after the rain. The lower their cultivation, the faster their breakthroughs would be. Among them, the most shocking was a disciple from a small sect who, originally a trivial separation and reunion boundary cultivator, had now broken through to the immortal ascension boundary 6th stage. In just a month, this disciple had practically crossed 2 great realms. Normally, this kind of thing would be impossible. Even if one was an outstanding genius, it would be impossible to accomplish this in just a month. But under the influence of the Star Master's reverse nourishment, this impossible had become a reality. What excited the cultivator on Shadowed Star the most was that many cultivators who had been stuck in the Third Order Origin Returning Realm had finally broken through to the Origin King Realm. Although this number was not large, it was not small either. Across all of Shadowed Star, there were at least 20 new Origin Kings, 4 of which were from High Heaven sect alone. More than 20 Origin Kings was an extremely terrifying number on any cultivation star. If these 20 Origin Kings had appeared more than a decade ago, the cultivator on Shadowed Star would have driven away all of them from Great Desolate Star's territory long ago. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes, this was just a saying. But on today's Shadowed Star, if one hadn't seen one for 3 days, they would have to look at them with new eyes because the other party had likely broken through a whole realm. In front of the hall, more than a dozen people stood side by side looking up into the sky. These people were the leaders of the dozen or so most powerful sects on Shadowed Star. Yi Shiyun stood in the middle while the rest were scattered to the left and right. He hasn't woken up yet? Shadow Moon Hall's Hall Master Qian Tong looked up at the giant shadow in the sky and thought back to when he first arrived here. It felt like yesterday and he could not help sighing. Back then, how could he have imagined that little brat would grow to a height comparable to the heavens and earth? The past was like a puff of smoke and now that he thought about it, it all felt a little surreal. He's been asleep for a month now, could something have gone wrong? Clear Sky Sect Master Gu Zhen showed a look of worry. Gong Ao Fu said, the longer the Star Master's reverse nourishment lasts, the better. How could something go wrong? We should expect him to sleep longer. He's awake, Yi Shiyun suddenly raised her head. When everyone heard this, they all turned their gazes towards the horizon. The giant shadow, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly turned over and slowly sat up, covering its mouth with its hand as it yawned, a look of confusion on its face. Although it was just a giant shadow, it seemed to be able to vividly project Yang Kai's demeanor and actions at this moment, without the slightest difference. That smelly brat. Dong Suju ground her teeth and cursed, her eyes slightly red. This old lady ran all the way here to find him, but he didn't show up for an entire month. He's definitely not her biological child. Fourth Master Yang was shocked. Who gave birth to him? But before he could finish speaking, Dong Suju kicked him, causing him to grimace in pain. Teach him a lesson when we get back. Dong Suju said to Su Yan with a murderous look. Mother, I'll remember. Su Yan nodded obediently. Little Su Yan is so obedient. How good would it have been if I had a daughter? Giving birth to a son is no different from not giving birth at all. After complaining for a while, she suddenly glared at Fourth Master Yang. What? Fourth Master Yang's heart clenched as he thought to himself. I'm just standing here, did I provoke you again? I didn't even make a sound when you kicked me, what else do you want? It's all your fault. Dong Suju ground her teeth. Fourth Master Yang felt wronged. What does that have to do with me? Dong Suju said, if it wasn't for you, how could I have given birth to such a son? You've really made this old lady worry. Fourth Master Yang tried his best to squeeze out a smile, but it was uglier than crying. He suddenly felt like he had nothing left to live for in this life. Su Yan pursed her lips and chuckled at the side. It was rare to see a married couple like this after so many years together. Just looking at you makes me angry. Dong Suju seemed like she had nowhere to vent her anger, so she could only vent it on Fourth Master Yang. Fourth Master Yang's eyes darted around, and he suddenly had an idea. He leaned forward and used his divine sense to gently whisper something into Dong Suju's ear. Dong Suju immediately blushed and pinched his waist. What are you saying? You're always so indecent. Let's go. Fourth Master Yang dragged her away. I'm not going. Aya, don't pull me away. There are so many people here, even if you don't want face, I still want face. Along the way they made a lot of noise and soon disappeared. Su Yan's cheeks were slightly red. Fourth Master Yang thought he had said those words without anyone noticing, But how could he have known that Su Yan's current cultivation was actually second-order Dao Source realm? Even his divine sense transmission could not block her probing. It was not intentional though, it was just an accident. Giving birth to a little sister for Yang Kai is something I'm looking forward to. Up in the sky, Yang Kai finally came back to his senses. At first glance, it was clear that he was in a state of deep sleep before his thoughts gradually became clear. Turning his head and looking around, he suddenly stared down from the sky. His line of sight seemed to be able to penetrate thousands of kilometers and take in everything in high heaven sect, causing him to smile faintly. Everyone felt like he was smiling at them. No matter where they were, no matter what angle they looked at him from, this feeling was the same. Only Su Yan could see her own reflection in that pair of eyes. Voila. The giant figure suddenly collapsed, turning into rich and pure world energy that filled the surrounding area. High above High Heaven Sect's square, a figure appeared, his black hair and robes fluttering in the wind. In an instant, everyone's eyes were attracted to this figure. Immediately after, thunderous sounds rang out in unison like a mountain collapsing. Greetings, Sect Master Yang. Facing the Star Master who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the heavens and bring earth-shaking changes to Shadowed Star in just a month, everyone gave him the highest respect. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and a light breeze blew past, causing everyone to involuntarily straighten up. Looking around, Yang Kai swept his eyes over the familiar and unfamiliar faces before smiling and saying, "Today the heroes of Shadowed Star have gathered here. This is a great blessing, a rare opportunity, so let us share 300 cups of wine." Waving his hand, he declared, "The feast will last for 3 days, no one will return until they are drunk." Many thanks, Sect Master Yang. Even without Yang Kai's order, High Heaven Sect had already made preparations. After all, the return of Yang Kai was a major event, and on top of that, the foreign enemies who had invaded Shadowed Star had been swept away, relieving them of more than a dozen years of suffering, so it was time to celebrate. High Heaven Sect was Yang Kai's sect and its status on Shadowed Star was unshakable. Naturally, this reward banquet could only be arranged in High Heaven Sect's headquarters. No one had any objections to this and no one dared to, let alone Yang Kai's words. The huge square was soon filled with tables and chairs, and the venue, which was large enough to accommodate several thousand people, was packed to the brim. Among these people were not only High Heaven Sect's disciples, but also disciples from other sects who had come with their elders. As for the leaders of the various sects and martial artists with high cultivation bases, they were arranged in the main hall, separated from the square outside. Delicacies were quickly presented and placed on the tables. Jars of good wine were opened and the fragrance of wine wantonly filled the air, just like the happy mood of Shadowed Star's cultivator at this moment, as if it would float outside Star Field. Chapter 31-26. Toasts were exchanged, jars of wine were emptied, and bodies fell down one after another. In the square, the sound of snoring was like thunder. Under normal circumstances, a cultivator wouldn't get drunk after drinking, just circulating their secret art a few times to dissolve their drunkenness, but now was the time to celebrate. Wine didn't intoxicate people but they got themselves drunk, so who would do such a thing to spoil the mood? After waking up, they drank and after getting drunk, they slept. Thousands of cultivators ran around clinking glasses, as if they had put all the troubles of the world behind them. Today at this moment, they were in a good mood and could only drink until they were drunk. In the hall, Yang Kai sat at the head of the table, and one person after another came to propose a toast. Yang Kai didn't refuse anyone, drinking as they came, giving the guests enough face, making the atmosphere of the celebration banquet even more lively. First, the older generation of cultivators, followed by the younger generation. Yang Kai wasn't familiar with the older generation of cultivators, but many of the younger generation present had dealt with them. Wei Guchang and Dong Shener of Shadow Moon Hall, Dai Yuan and Yin Su Dai of Colored Glass Sect, and Qin Shifei and Luing of Clear Sky Sect had all gone through life and death together, so their relationship was very close. But after a few decades, when they met again, there was a layer of estrangement between them, no longer as easygoing as before. This layer of estrangement was called realm. The huge gap between their cultivation and status no longer allowed them to associate Kai Yang with that person from several decades ago, and an invisible layer of restraint had been added to their hearts. There were friends on the road, walking together, but when they suddenly looked back, many familiar figures could no longer be seen. However, this was a precious memory that could be buried in the depths of one's heart. Occasionally one would reminisce about it and smile proudly. Look, that great figure who once ran with me on the path of martial arts. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to keep up with his pace and was quickly left far behind. But no matter what, I wouldn't forget this experience. It was destined to become our memories. Sect Master, I propose a toast to you. If it weren't for Sect Master, this mistress would have died long ago. Being able to reach this day is all thanks to Sect Master's guidance. This mistress is deeply grateful. Yang Kai smiled faintly as he looked at the woman in front of him. He raised his cup and drank. Soon after, he opened his mouth and said, Yun-er is doing very well now. Huang Wan trembled as she stared at Yang Kai in a daze. I just met her a few days ago. She has grown up and become a master. Yang Kai's voice was not loud, but he had always been the center of attention. When he opened his mouth, the entire hall instantly quieted down as everyone listened attentively. She's grown up. A look of longing appeared in Huang Wan's eyes, as if she was imagining what the little girl who had left her so reluctantly would look like when she grew up. Lin Yun-er was not her biological child and was instead the daughter of a good friend of hers. That good friend and her husband met a disaster and died an unnatural death, so Huang Wan adopted Lin Yun-er as her own. Later she met Yang Kai and was brought into High Heaven sect. Later Lin Yun-er was taken away by Yang Inflammation. Huang Wan covered her mouth as she muttered, "It's good that she's safe." Tears flowed down her cheeks as she wiped them away vigorously. She was all alone and was most concerned about Lin Yun-er, but in the current atmosphere, it was really not suitable for her to inquire about Yang Kai. She had not expected Yang Kai to take the initiative to mention this matter to her. Her current strength is no less than mine. Yang Kai smiled lightly. She has worshipped one of the great emperors as her master. Looking at that side of the world, there are not many who dare to provoke her. Great emperors. Everyone pricked up their ears, not knowing what this title meant. In the past, there was a star-field great emperors in the Star Territory, and many people present had even seen the face of the great emperors of Starfield. She was an unparalleled woman who dominated the universe. Could it be the master that Lin Yun-er worshipped was her? Yang Kai picked up the wine jar, slowly got up, looked around and said loudly, "Everyone may be curious about what my current cultivation realm is." How could they not be curious? Yang Kai was a second-order origin king when he left the Star Territory, and after so many years of wandering outside, it was impossible for him to only be a third-order origin king. There were many origin kings present, but none of them could sense Yang Kai's depths. This was not just because he was the Star Master, there must be another reason, the most fundamental reason, which was that Yang Kai's cultivation was far, far higher than theirs. However, no one dared to ask him about this, not even Yi Shiyun. Was this the time to reveal the truth? Everyone stared at him without blinking. They held their breaths, and the sound of heartbeats could be heard in the main hall. Above the Origin King realm is the Dao Source realm, and above the Dao Source realm is the Emperor realm. I am now a First-Order Emperor realm master. Dao Source realm, the Emperor realm. These two new words impacted everyone's minds, like two sledgehammers smashing through shackles, opening a new door and opening a new world. Over the years, the place I have been to is called the Star Boundary. It is a higher realm than the Star Territory, and in that place Origin Kings are nothing. Only Dao Source realm masters barely qualify to have a foothold, and only those from the Emperor realm have the ability to move unhindered. Yang Kai changed the topic. Of course, those who are too arrogant will still be killed. Many people laughed, diluting the tense atmosphere, but Yang Kai's words set off stormy waves in everyone's hearts. This was especially true for those Origin Kings. They thought that after climbing all the way to the peak, they could look down on all the other mountains and overlook all living beings. But when they looked up, they found that there were two taller mountains not far away, casting shadows that obscured them, giving them a sense of powerlessness and excitement. Climbing these mountains, reaching the peak to experience the wider world, to see the more beautiful scenery. Their throats couldn't help but dry up. The Emperor realm is not the strongest. In the Star Boundary, there are 10 great emperors who are above the Emperor realm. Their power is so great that even I can't imagine it. Everyone held their breath again. The Emperor realm was already an unreachable dream, so how heroic were the 10 great emperors above the Emperor realm? It was unimaginable, unimaginable. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Huang Wan. Yun'er's master is the Iron Blood Great Emperor. The group of people turned their heads stiffly and looked at Huang Wan with envy. Previously, when they heard Yang Kai say that Lin Yun-er had worshipped a great emperors as her master, they didn't have any intuition. After all, no one knew what great emperors were. However, after his explanation, Everyone understood that the great emperors were clearly one of the small group of people who stood at the very top. That woman named Lin Yun, how could she have worshipped a great emperors as her master? And with such a great backer, who in the star boundary would dare to provoke her? Who could compare to such an opportunity? Lin Yun could be said to have reached the heavens in a single bound even in the star boundary. Seeing everyone's shocked expression, Yang Kai smiled slightly. The star boundary is not unreachable. Everyone's vision blurred and Yang Kai suddenly disappeared. After a moment of silence, everyone came back to their senses. What did Yang Kai's last sentence mean? Why did it sound so fanciful? Could it be that they also had a chance to set foot in the star boundary? Yes, he had been to the star boundary several decades ago, and since he could return now, he could definitely go again. Maybe he could even take some people with him. With this thought in mind, no one was able to remain calm. Turning their heads, they all turned to look at Yi Shiyun, only to be immediately taken aback. Many people had already thought of this and were now surrounding Yi Shiyun in a circle, all of them inquiring about how to enter the star boundary. Yi Shiyun stretched out her hand and held her forehead as she felt a constant buzzing sound in her ears, as if countless flies were buzzing around her. Unable to bear it any longer, she shouted, "This queen doesn't know anything. If you dare to be noisy again, don't blame this queen for becoming hostile." The scene suddenly cleared up. Yi Shiyun snorted, grabbed a wine jug and poured it down her throat. All the Origin Kings present were dumbfounded. They had known each other for so many years, but they had never seen Yi Shiyun drink, so seeing her act so boldly at this moment made all of them applaud. High Heaven Sect, on Jade Tree Peak. Yang Kai appeared leisurely, came to a house and knocked on the door. After a long time, the door opened and Fourth Master Yang appeared in front of Yang Kai, his clothes disheveled and his hair disheveled. "Father?" The smile on Yang Kai's face suddenly stiffened as his eyes stared at the red marks on Fourth Master Yang's face and neck for a while before looking around and asking vigilantly, "Father, are you hiding a mistress in this golden house? Does Mother know? How could you be so foolish? If Mother finds out about this, I'm afraid you and I will both be killed. Who is the woman in this house?" "It's me, your mother," a tender voice called out. Yang Kai's neck shrank. Fourth Master Yang glared at him, his mouth squirming, but no sound came out. However, from the shape of his mouth, it was obvious he was mouthing, "Little brat, you're dead." Yang Kai broke out in cold sweat as he stepped forward and blocked the door from closing, grabbing his old father's arm with one hand and looking at him sincerely, "Save me." Fourth Master Yang's eyes widened. Yang Kai said, "Father, you can't just watch me die. I'm your only son. Can you bear to see me suffer?" He had not visited his parents when he came back this time and had instead disappeared for a month. No wonder his mother was so angry. However, Yang Kai did not expect that he would be delayed for so long in the Earth's core. He thought that after dealing with some invaders he would be able to return quickly, but his plan could not keep up with the changes. The Yang family's fourth master patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Good luck." Yang Kai felt powerless. He no longer had the confidence he had when facing the Origin Kings. Instead, he smiled flatteringly and said loudly, "Mother, your son has come to greet you. May you be blessed." His mother's voice came from inside the house. "Whose son is this? Whose son are you? Don't disturb us, husband and wife. Get out of here." Yang Kai was shocked. "Mother, don't you recognize me? I am your son Yang Kai." Dong Suju sneered softly, "Do I know you?" Yang Kai was about to speak when Fourth Master Yang sent him a message, "Let's go first. Your mother is still angry. Wait for this old master to comfort her for a while and let her calm down. Women are easy to talk about after they are satisfied." Yang Kai felt that it was reasonable. He reached out and took out a jade bottle from his space ring and quietly stuffed it into his father's hand. "This is..." Fourth Master Yang looked down at the bottle, then looked up at him. "Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Pill." Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a look that all men understood. Fourth Master Yang took a deep breath and put the jade bottle into his sleeve. "What a good son. Fine, this old master will feed the tiger today and appease your tiger demon's anger." He turned around, closed the door and strode out. "Even if there are thousands of people, I will go." Chapter 31-27. On the main peak of High Firmament Peak inside the palace. Although Yang Kai had left for decades, the palace was still spotless. Su Yin sat by the window, one hand supporting her chin as she looked out the window at the scenery, her thoughts drifting as she recalled the circumstances of these years, a faint smile appearing on her face. Suddenly she felt something and turned her head to the side, only to see Yang Kai leaning against the door frame with his arms crossed, quietly looking at her. "You're back." Su Yen got up to greet him, but she had only taken 2 steps when a very aggressive body leaned over, reaching out and hugging her waist. With a little force, Su Yen involuntarily leaned forward, a full and elastic touch immediately spreading from her chest. "Senior sister, you're really beautiful." Yang Kai looked down at the person in front of him, his mouth smeared with honey, his eyes lingering on her delicate nose and mouth before lowering his head to kiss her tender red lips. Su Yen supported his chest with one hand and tapped his mouth with a finger. "You reek of alcohol, how much did you drink?" Yang Kai grinned. "Not much, I probably drank a cup with everyone." "Sit down." Su Yen took his hand and walked to the bed. Yang Kai sat down obediently. Turning around, Su Yen brought the water she had prepared, wrung a towel and wiped Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai remained motionless, allowing her to do as she pleased, his heart filled with warmth. After a short while, after washing up and wiping her face clean, Su Yen turned around to leave but was caught off guard by Kai Yang pulling her back. She fell into his arms and splashed the wash basin and the water that she had used to wash her face. With a wave of his hand, Kai Yang sent all the debris flying back to their original place. Turning over, he pressed Su Yen under his body and stared at her with a fiery gaze, as if he wanted to burn her. Su Yen pursed her red lips lightly, her long eyelashes fluttering like a small fan as she averted her gaze, seemingly afraid to meet his eyes. Yang Kai was amused. They had been husband and wife for so many years and had dual cultivated countless times, yet his senior sister was still so shy. Women really were women. However, this bashful look could easily arouse a man's desires. Reaching out, Yang Kai lifted Su Yen's chin and pinched her smooth chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. Su Yen was slightly annoyed, her face full of anger. It would be interesting if his senior sister suddenly burst out with a seductive aura like Shan Qing Luo. Thinking about this pure and untainted woman showing all kinds of charm and seduction, Yang Kai felt like there was a volcano in his body that was about to erupt. His gaze became increasingly aggressive. Su Yen finally couldn't take it anymore and said, "Have you seen your parents? Mother has been talking about you these days." "Yes." Yang Kai's hand, which was holding her chin, slowly moved up to her earlobe and gently rubbed it. As he spoke, he gently breathed into her earlobe. This was her most sensitive part. How could Yang Kai not know? Su Yan's breath was obviously unstable. She bit her lip and said, "Mother didn't scold you, right?" She had accompanied Fourth Master Yang and his wife for a month, so she naturally knew what Dong Suju had been complaining about these days. She was afraid that Yang Kai had suffered some grievances at Dong Suju's hands. "Scolding me is fine. What's wrong?" Yang Kai said with a depressed expression. "She doesn't even recognize me as her son anymore." Su Yen pursed her lips and smiled. "Serves you right." Yang Kai glared at her and said, "Even you are taking pleasure in my misfortune." Su Yen said, "Mother said that when we return, I will properly deal with you." "Deal with me?" Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. He looked at Su Yen with interest. "Then dare I ask how senior sister will deal with me? Let me hear it so junior brother can be mentally prepared." "I don't know." Su Yen tilted her head. Her slender neck was already covered in red. Yang Kai's hand covered that plump place and fiercely rubbed it. Su Yan's brow immediately wrinkled, but it gave him a different feeling. "Since senior sister doesn't want to say, then I will give you my essence until I die." Yang Kai couldn't hold back anymore. His eyes suddenly bloomed with a fierce light. He grabbed Su Yan's clothes and tore them apart. With a crash, the palace dress was torn apart. Su Yen exclaimed and looked at Yang Kai in surprise, a puzzled expression on her face. For so many years, Yang Kai had always been gentle when facing her. This was the first time he had acted so violently. She thought he was drunk and was acting crazy, but when she looked around, did Yang Kai's eyes show any signs of drunkenness? Although his eyes were full of fierce light, they were incomparably clear. However, the imposing manner on the bed was like a completely different person. Su Yan's heart inexplicably trembled. Just as she was about to speak, Yang Kai leaned over and kissed her. "Oh!" Su Yan groaned. For the first time she felt that Yang Kai was so forceful and overbearing, making her feel like she couldn't resist. At the same time, the tattered clothes on her body were completely torn apart, revealing a white jade-like body that was exposed to the air, glowing with a strange luster. Two big hands like iron pincers raged on this perfect body, as if they were destroying an exquisite work of art. Without the slightest bit of mercy, Yang Kai used so much force that Su Yan actually felt some pain. Amidst the pain, there was actually an indescribable feeling mixed with it. This was a feeling she had never felt before. Su Yan's body suddenly stiffened, and her snow-white skin quickly flushed red. There was the sound of some kind of barrier breaking in her heart, and the instincts that had been suppressed for many years were released. Yang Kai was a little surprised. Senior sister had actually taken the initiative to stretch out her arms and wrap them around his neck, and even took the initiative to kiss him, looking like she was in a state of delirium. This gave him a huge shock. Although he had dual cultivated with Su Yan many times, this was the first time he had seen her take the initiative. Immediately, he became spirited and increased the strength of his hands, no longer showing the slightest bit of mercy. Fiercely rubbing his hands together for a while, an extremely crazy idea popped up in his mind. It must be like this, it must be like this, it must be like this. As if possessed, Yang Kai only had a voice in his mind screaming for him to take action. With a sudden force, he turned Su Yan around so that her back was facing him. Su Yan looked back at him, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion and confusion. Asterisk pa, asterisk, a crisp sound rang out, and a 5-finger print immediately appeared on her snow-white skin. Su Yan's head jerked up, her beautiful hair fluttering in the wind as her small mouth opened like a fish out of water. A long inhalation sound came from her throat, but there was no sign of her exhaling. Asterisk pa, asterisk, another slap rang out, and the 2 5-finger prints were perfectly symmetrical, without the slightest difference. Su Yan's head jerked up even more, and her graceful waist caved in as if it could break at any moment, causing her tender body to tremble uncontrollably. Kneeling like a puppy made her feel humiliated, but she couldn't stop herself. Her mind went blank and she felt like she was climbing up the clouds, suddenly going up and down. Her woman's nature told her not to do this, but her body's instincts told her not to. Asterisk pa pa pa, asterisk, a series of crisp sounds rang out. Su Yan could no longer suppress herself, and a series of blood-boiling cries came from her throat, sounding like she was crying and laughing at the same time. She kept shaking her head, her waterfall-like hair swaying back and forth as tears fell from her eyes. Don't, junior brother, please don't, I beg you." Yang Kai's demonic nature had been unleashed, so how could he pay attention to her? Yang Kai felt like he was doing the most fun thing in the world. Raising his hand high up, Yang Kai pressed it down, leaving a mark on her snow-white skin. Then he watched Su Yan's expression and reaction, her breathing becoming heavy and hot. Inside the hall, the crisp sounds and Su Yan's cries continued to ring out. After an unknown amount of time, the cries gradually weakened, and not only did they become much softer, they even became hoarse. After a long time, Su Yan couldn't even make a sound, and only the sound of Yang Kai galloping could be heard. Senior sister, senior sister." Yang Kai sat on the edge of the bed, gently poking the person on the bed with his finger. Su Yan covered her whole body with the silk quilt, lying on the bed with her back facing him, not saying a word. Yang Kai scratched his head, secretly cursing himself for being such a bastard. How could he abuse Su Yan like that? But in that situation and environment he couldn't suppress the thoughts in his heart, and inexplicably did such a stupid thing. It's over, it's over. This time it's over. Senior sister is definitely angry and I don't know if she'll even talk to me. At the same time, his heart was filled with guilt and a trace of unease. Senior sister, if you're angry, just beat me. In any case, my skin is thick so you can't hurt me. Yang Kai lay on the bed, supporting himself with one hand and pulling her closer to him with the other. Still there was no movement. Yang Kai sighed, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Don't be angry, what if you hurt your body? No. Su Yan's voice came from the quilt. No what? Yang Kai's spirit shook. Just talk to me, I was afraid you wouldn't say a word. Su Yan turned over as if facing him, but with the quilt covering her face, he couldn't see her expression. I'm not angry with you. Then what's wrong with you? I'm angry with myself. Yang Kai was speechless. He reached out to lift the quilt, but Su Yan firmly held onto it, pleading in a low voice, I don't have the face to see you, don't open it. Yang Kai laughed, so she wasn't angry with him but rather embarrassed. Thinking about it, after so many years, this was the first time he and Su Yan had been so crazy. Not to mention that Su Yan was a woman, Yang Kai also felt a little embarrassed. Gently prying open her fingers, he struggled to get her head out of the quilt, but Su Yan's eyes were tightly closed, her trembling eyelashes showing her inner nervousness. Look at me. Yang Kai said in a deep voice. Su Yan pursed her lips and after a while she slowly opened her eyes, meeting Yang Kai's mischievous gaze. She once again tried to cover her face with the quilt. Okay. Yang Kai reached out to stop her, smoothing her hair back from her forehead, looking at her tenderly. I like you no matter what you look like. In other words, he liked her even more yesterday. Su Yin covered her face with her hands, her voice coming through the gaps between her fingers. Don't do that next time. Okay. Yang Kai nodded, leaning down and kissing her lightly, but then he smiled and said, it's time to get up, come with me to see father and mother. If he went alone he would probably be kicked out by his mother again, but if he brought Su Yin his mother wouldn't be too disrespectful. Chapter 31:28. When she was getting dressed she looked charming and gentle. Looking at the marks on her snow-white body, Yang Kai felt his heart ache. He increasingly felt that he was not a good person. How could he have been so heavy-handed? His big hand brushed past her and pure energy surged into Su Yan's body, reducing the red marks by a lot. With great difficulty they finally got dressed and flew together to Jade Tree Peak. On the way Su Yan's cheeks were red and Yang Kai kept glancing at her. He felt that he had discovered another side of his senior sister that no one knew about. He felt a little proud in his heart. That side was only blooming for him alone. When they arrived at the house on Jade Tree Peak, they saw their father arranging the flowers and plants in front of the house. Yang Kai greeted and the father and son looked at each other. Fourth Master Yang quietly made a gesture to not worry. Father, you've worked hard. Yang Kai was very grateful. Turning around, Fourth Master Yang shouted, Su Zhu, our son is here. Tell him to scram. Yang Kai sniffed and looked at Fourth Master Yang with a face full of bitterness. Is this what you meant by not worrying? Father, I trusted you wrongly. Give me back my dragon rib tiger bone pill. Mother. Su Yin called out. Su Yin is here? Dong Suju was startled and hurriedly said, come in and talk. Su Yin gave Yang Kai a look and the two walked in together. The furnishings in the house were very simple. It could be seen that only the father and mother lived on Jade Tree Peak. There was not even a servant. After passing through the hall, they entered a side room. Dong Suju was sitting in front of the dressing table combing her hair. Her black hair was like a waterfall, soft and smooth. Su Yin saw and immediately walked forward and said softly, Mother, let me help you. Dong Suju smiled and handed the comb to her. Then I'll have to trouble you. Su Yin said, it's no trouble, it's what I should do. Dong Suju said, it's good to have a daughter. Little Su Yin, how good would it be if you were my daughter? Mother wants a daughter so much that she's going crazy. Su Yin smiled and said, I am your daughter. Mother, I'm not the only daughter. Although the other sisters are not by your side, I'm sure they all miss you. Of course, little Qing Luo, little Ning Chang, and little Shui, you all send me letters every few days to say hello. The smile on her face suddenly disappeared. Staring at Kai Yang's back through the bronze mirror, she snorted and said, unlike some people after being pregnant for 10 months when their wings grew they flew away. In their hearts, how could they still care about their mother? Su Yin lowered her head and said, I can't beat him. Dong Suju immediately glared and slapped the chair. This brat is willing to beat you? How dare you? No. Su Yan's face turned blood red. She couldn't help but think back to last night's madness. Her body suddenly became weak. Wasn't he beaten up last night? And it was for a long time. Even now, his butt was still burning with pain. Dong Suju said, don't be afraid of him. So what if his cultivation is high? So what if he's a star master? If he bullies you, tell me and I'll beat him up. Just as they were talking, Yang Kai walked over and squatted beside Dong Suju. He put his head close to her. What are you doing? Dong Suju lowered her head and glared at him. Mother wants to beat someone, so your son sent you here. Otherwise you would have to walk a few more steps. Yang Kai laughed. Take your head away, you shameless thing. Dong Suju's attitude was sometimes cold and sometimes warm. When she was cold to Yang Kai, she was warm to Su Yin. The temperature in the room was sometimes cold and sometimes warm. Yang Kai grabbed Dong Suju's hand and put it on his head. Dong Suju said with a cold face, don't think this old lady can't bear to hit you. As long as mother can calm down, it doesn't matter how you hit me. That's what you said. Dong Suju grit her teeth, raised her hand and slapped down hard. Yang Kai didn't even bat an eyelid. Dong Suju's hand stopped on his head and rolled up a gust of wind. Dong Suju glared at him. Sooner or later, I'll be angered to death by you. How could she bear to hit him? Ever since she was born, she had placed all her hopes on this brat. Even if she scratched his skin, she would die of heartache. How could she bear to hit him personally? You're relying on me to love you. As she spoke, she wiped her eyes. Yang Kai got up and hugged her shoulder. He looked at the woman in the mirror and said, Mother, you can't cry or get angry. I'm afraid you'll get wrinkles if you cry too much. Wrinkles? Dong Suju was shocked. She held back the tears in her eyes and looked at the mirror. Where are the wrinkles? Where are they? Do you see them? I'm not afraid of wrinkles. Yang Kai reached out his hand and as if he had been prepared, a jade box appeared in front of Dong Suju. What is this? Dong Suju took the jade box and asked. Yang Kai said seriously, find an opportunity to take this. It will make you young forever, forever 16. Dong Suju immediately smiled. Is it that good? She quickly put the jade box into her space ring and said insincerely, You're already back. What's the point of bringing a gift? Yang Kai said, It's not anything precious. Mother, as long as you like it. I like it, I like it. How could Dong Suju not like it? She held Yang Kai's hand with one hand and stroked his cheek with the other. You must have suffered a lot in the outside world these years, right? No. Yang Kai quickly shook his head. It's always been your son showing off. Who dares to shit on my head? Those who dared to do so were all killed. What are you talking about? Dong Suju knocked his head. She knew that Yang Kai didn't want to worry her and didn't want to talk about those things with her. Although he had returned safely, the outside world was wonderful, but it was also accompanied by danger. He had been away for decades and had grown a lot. How could he not have suffered? It was not uncommon to be on the verge of death. Now that you're back, are you going to leave? Dong Suju asked. Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Dong Suju's face suddenly became gloomy and she let go of his hand. Go, go, go now. If you leave this time, don't ever come back. Just let your mother die here. Yang Kai was speechless. Yes, I'm going, but I'm taking you with me. Dong Suju came back to her senses and looked at him reproachfully. Smelly brat, you didn't say it clearly. After a pause, she asked, Where are you taking us? The star boundary. Is that where you've been for the past few decades? And I've established a high heaven palace there. There are as many masters as there are clouds in the sky. Mother and father can cultivate there in peace. There won't be any disputes or dangers. You also have a sect there? Dong Suju was surprised. Although she didn't know what kind of place the star boundary was, she was certain that it was much more powerful than Shadowed Star. In just a few decades, Yang Kai had actually established a sect there. How could an ordinary person achieve such a feat? A sense of pride welled up in her heart. This is my son. Dong Suju was very curious about the star boundary and the high heaven palace, so she held Yang Kai's hand and talked non-stop. Outside the room, the Yang family fourth master listened attentively and smiled. He thought to himself, Last night I used everything I've learned in my life and unlocked 18 different positions. Coupled with the dragon rib tiger bone pill, how could there not be any effect? This sacrifice was really worth it. As the sun set and the moon rose, the conversation continued until night fell. Most of the time, Yang Kai was the one talking about his various experiences in the star boundary. Dong Suju and Su Yan listened quietly, both of them yearning for him. In fact, as long as this man was there, it didn't matter where they were. This was how family with no blood relations were brought together. Fourth Master Yang came in a few times, busily pouring tea and pouring water. He was very angry, but under the influence of Dong Suju, he didn't dare to act out. By the way, mother wants to ask you something. Answer me honestly. Dong Suju's face suddenly became serious. Yang Kai said, What is it, mother? Just ask. Dong Suju glanced at Su Yan, but Su Yan misunderstood and quickly said, I'll go back first. Dong Suju held her hand and said, Don't go, this matter is also related to you, so listen on the side. Yes. Although Su Yan didn't know what Dong Suju wanted to ask, she could only sit quietly. Yang Kai inexplicably felt a little nervous. He didn't know what mother wanted to ask, making it so solemn. Mother wants to ask you. Dong Suju looked at Yang Kai with a serious face. In the past few years outside, did you attract bees and butterflies? Su Yan's expression became serious and she looked up at him. Yang Kai's head was full of cold sweat. Good. When Dong Suju saw this, how could he not know the answer? He suddenly became angry and reached out to poke Yang Kai's forehead. You really can do it. Yang Kai lowered his head and didn't say a word. Dong Suju said, You have Su Yan Ning Chong Qing Luo Shuiyu, are you still not satisfied? How can you men be like this? Tell me, what are you thinking in your heart? Yang Kai stammered, Accident, accident. Accident? Dong Suju sneered. There are so many beauties in the world, do you want to have an accident with every one of them? He pointed at Fourth Master Yang standing next to him and said, Why can't you learn from your father? Look at him, he's never been a womanizer. Fourth Master Yang muttered, There's nothing wrong with having 3 wives and 4 concubines. What did you say? Dong Suju stared at him. Fourth Master Yang stared at Yang Kai and said, Little brat, you've gone too far this time. Dong Suju's face relaxed a little and he said in a deep voice, I don't care what accident you have, this time when you return to the star boundary, drive away those women for me. Su Yan and the other 3 are enough, I will only acknowledge the 4 of them. Mother. Su Yan held Dong Suju's arm and smiled, Junior brother is not a fickle person, nor is he someone who likes to attract bees and butterflies. He must have done many things with those girls to reach this point. Moreover, he has been alone for so many years, he should have someone to take care of him. Ning Chang and I still have to thank those sisters, so don't make things difficult for junior brother. Dong Suju said, being tolerant is a good thing, but not everything can be tolerated, especially this kind of thing, you must tell him black and white. Su Yan smiled slightly, junior brother knows his limits, he's not a child, it's fine. Dong Suju looked at her and sighed, my Yang family has wronged you. Chapter 31-29. This man had been away for decades, how could elder sister Hua not have made mistakes? Dong Suju also knew Yang Kai's temperament. The reason why she had made such a big fuss was only to ask for Su Yan's sake. She had already expected Su Yan's attitude. It wasn't that she was scheming, but as Yang Kai's mother, she had to show an attitude of fighting injustice for Su Yan. Su Yan smiled slightly, although the 3 sisters and I don't mind this matter, junior brother, you should know that not just any woman can enter the Yang family. She must have a clean background and be kind. Otherwise, if you bring her into the Yang family, you won't be able to enjoy the blessings of the family but will only bring trouble to yourself. Don't you agree, junior brother? She suddenly took on the air of a big sister, which made Yang Kai a little uncomfortable. He quickly nodded, senior sister is right. Su Yan said, since father and mother are here, why don't you tell us about the sisters in the star boundary so that father and mother can help you check them out? Dong Suju said with a serious face, yes, if you have anything to say it now. Don't try to hide it, otherwise you'll die an ugly death. Fourth Master Yang also stared at him from the side. It was as if he was being interrogated by 3 judges. Yang Kai felt a mountain of pressure. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and raised a finger, just one, not as many as you think. Just one? The 3 were stunned. This answer was unexpected. They thought that Yang Kai had been away for so many years, so he should have provoked many women. Who would have thought that he would only have one? It was obvious that he was extremely restrained. It was extremely rare for a man to be like this outside. Dong Suju said, what kind of person is she? Tell us. Yang Kai said, she's not a human. Not a human? Fourth Master Yang's eyes lit up. Could she be a monster? TSK, this brat's taste is quite heavy. But then again, the women of the monster race do have a different kind of charm than the women of the human race. I'm really jealous. This brat really has good luck with women. It's not a demon either, Dong Suju frowned. Not a human, not a demon, could it be a plant spirit? He slapped the chair. Bastard, how could he be so thirsty? Although it was possible for a plant spirit to take human form, how could it be combined with a human? It would be better to just find a random female monster. It's a dragon. Yang Kai braced himself and said. The room was silent for several breaths. Dong Suju asked in astonishment, what dragon? It's a dragon literally. Yang Kai explained. Seeing that they still didn't seem to understand, he continued, there is a dragon race in the star boundary, the leader of the ancient divine spirits in our ancient legends. And I had an accident with one of the dragon girls and then, Dong Suju and his wife gasped. They finally understood what Yang Kai meant. Dragon. This was really a legendary existence. Among the ancient divine spirits, dragons and phoenixes reigned supreme. But in today's star boundary, such a powerful race simply couldn't be seen. Only in ancient records could one occasionally see a majestic appearance. Her son actually managed to get a dragon girl? She simply couldn't believe it. Dong Suju swallowed her saliva and said, that dragon girl, does she have a family? Yang Kai said, the dragon race in the star boundary. There are about 20 of them and they all live in a place called Dragon Island. 20 dragon race. Dong Suju was dazed. One dragon race was already hard to imagine. What kind of scene would it be if more than 20 of them gathered together? Her mind was somewhat unable to process all of this. You actually came back alive. Fourth Master Yang was drenched in cold sweat. He sized up Yang Kai in amazement. Although he didn't know what kind of existence the dragon race was in the star boundary, and what kind of status they had, it was definitely not low. They might even be one of the most powerful races. Yang Kai subdued a dragon girl as an insignificant human, and he actually didn't die. This was simply a heaven-defying fortune. Yang Kai grinned and said, I still have a bit of authority on Dragon Island. Strength is the right to speak. Dong Suju was silent for a while, then suddenly opened her mouth and said, no matter what your dragon girl is like, if she wants to enter my Yang family, she must acknowledge Su Yen as the mistress of the family. Su Yen said, Mother, sisters get along with each other. There is no hierarchy, we are all one family. Dong Suju shook her head and said, it's not the same, it's not the same. That's a dragon girl, you have to make it clear to her in advance. She looked at Yang Kai and said, do you understand? Yang Kai repeatedly nodded, I understand, I understand. And if she doesn't agree? Yang Kai raised his fist and said, then I'll beat her until she agrees. Dong Suju slapped him, you even know how to hit a woman now. 10 days later, in front of High Heaven Sect's space array, Yang Kai stood with his eyes closed, silently perceiving the situation. Over the past 10 days, he had been accompanying his parents with Su Yen on Jade Tree Peak. After so many years of running around outside, he hadn't fulfilled his filial duties. Now that he had returned, he naturally had to make up for it. If it weren't for Dong Suju urging him to leave, he would have stayed even longer. It wasn't that Dong Suju didn't want to keep Yang Kai here for a while longer, but the situation in Star Territory was treacherous, with war everywhere. Not to mention the lives and deaths of others, Yang Kai had nothing to do with them, but Shanqing Luo and the others were still on their respective stars, so how could Yang Kai not care? Today Yang Kai was driven away by Dong Suju, who told him to go see his 3 wives. Yang Kai gladly agreed. To be honest, he also missed Xianing Chang and the others very much. The overall situation on Shadowed Star had been settled. The invaders had all been wiped out, with not a single one escaping. After this battle, it would be impossible for anyone on Great Desolate Star to invade again before they had a clear understanding of the situation on Shadowed Star. What's more, Su Yen was still here, so even if foreign enemies tried to invade again, they wouldn't be able to return alive. When Yang Kai left Star Territory, he had arranged no less than 100 space arrays throughout the entire Star Territory, connecting the entire Star Territory together, but after more than a decade of war, many of these space arrays had been destroyed, and some had been seized by the Cultivator on Great Desolate Star. This caused the great forces in Star Territory to be unable to quickly and effectively support each other and could only fight on their own. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been in such a passive situation. High Heaven Sect Space Array was the starting point of all the space arrays in Star Territory, so it was targeted the most. Almost all of High Heaven Sect's transmission channels to the outside world had been destroyed or occupied, causing Shadowed Star's connection to the outside world to be cut off. Yang Kai was the one who arranged the space array, so he naturally had the right to make decisions about it. With his divine sense surging and space principles fluctuating, Yang Kai released his strength. Although this was the territory of a lower star, he was Shadowed Star's Star Master, so on Shadowed Star, he could use a little of his strength without worrying about being rejected by the world principles. After a while, he opened his eyes and sensed a space corridor that could be used to transport people. A group of people stood not far away and looked at him. Yang Kai said to Su Yen, "Senior sister, I'll leave this to you." Su Yen nodded and said, "Don't worry." She now had the foundation of a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, and although she had suppressed her cultivation, a third-order Origin King cultivator was definitely not her opponent. With her guarding Shadowed Star, there was nothing to worry about. "Come back soon," Dong Suju said reluctantly. Yang Kai nodded and took a deep breath. As the world principles surged, the space array flashed and his figure disappeared. On a dead star hundreds of millions of kilometers away from Shadowed Star, deep underground, in a mine, a space array suddenly bloomed with a faint light. Several pairs of eyes suddenly opened in the silent darkness and stared at the space array. These people were all Origin King Realm Masters from the territory of Great Desolate Star. They had been waiting here to hunt down the cultivator who had been transported from Shadowed Star. They had succeeded several times before, so when Shadowed Star was besieged, they would naturally send people to deliver the news. However, they had all been killed here and obtained a few transmission tokens specially made by Yang Kai. The space array arranged by Yang Kai was not accessible to everyone. If one wanted to teleport, they had to have a transmission token made by him, otherwise they would only be banished into the endless void. With these few transmission tokens, it was much more convenient for the cultivators of the Grand Desolation Star Field to travel back and forth. They could even directly teleport to High Heaven Sect, but there were too few transmission tokens, so they didn't have the courage to do so. All they could do was leave behind some transmission tokens and space arrays to transmit information, which was extremely convenient. However, no one had come here for several years. Obviously, Shadowed Star knew that the person who delivered the message had been killed and no longer made any unnecessary attempts, lest their enemy took advantage of them. Even now, someone dared to repeat the same mistake. In the darkness, several pairs of eyes bloomed with bloodthirsty light as they quietly restrained their auras and quickly surrounded the space array from all directions. A figure suddenly appeared on the space array. It was a handsome young man. As soon as his figure appeared, 5 black shadows pounced on him like cheetahs, each of them brimming with murderous intent and extraordinary means. In an instant, the dark mind became as bright as day and the energy around it became chaotic. The 5 people were either calm or grinning, looking at Yang Kai as if they were looking at a dead man. It was not that they were confident in their strength, but rather that all 5 of them were just first-order origin kings, not even a single second order. With such a lineup, even if they joined forces to deal with a second order, it would be difficult, let alone a third order. But how far was Shadowed Star from here? With such a long-distance transmission, anyone would have a brief adjustment period. Even a third-order origin king would not be spared. This adjustment period might only be a few breaths of time, but on the brink of life and death, a few breaths were enough for them to kill their target 1,000 times. They would not show any mercy, determined to kill their target on the spot. This was what they had always done, and there was no precedent of them failing. They did not care about Yang Kai's life or death. What they cared about was the transmission token Yang Kai had on him. Those who could use this kind of space array would definitely have a transmission token on them, and in the territory of Great Desolate Star, these transmission tokens were being collected. Once 10 were collected, 10 top masters would be sent directly to the headquarters of Shadowed Star or other cultivation stars. Chapter 3130. Light blossomed in the darkness as 5 people rushed in. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and stared ahead, meeting the eyes of a burly man. When their eyes met, the burly man was taken aback. He saw that Yang Kai's eyes were clear, without the slightest hint of discomfort. There was no time for him to think too deeply. A sledgehammer in his hand smashed down, stirring up a storm of wind and clouds. A hand that wasn't too strong suddenly blocked the hammerhead, causing the momentum of the attack to stagnate. The recoil even numbed the burly man's arms and cracked his hands. The burly man's eyes narrowed. How was this possible? This guy had just teleported from Shadowed Star, so not only did he immediately wake up, he was also able to block the blow of his artifact with one hand. How was this possible? But before he could think about it, the other 4 people's attacks had already landed on the young man. In an instant, energy surged and the mine groaned as rocks fell down. The 4 people had succeeded and immediately jumped back. One of the scantily clad women looked at the burly man and sneered, "Manzi, did I squeeze you too hard a few days ago? You didn't even use the slightest bit of strength when you attacked today. You're too useless." A short, thin old man coughed a few times and said weakly, "There's a knife above the character of lust. Take this as a warning." Another fair-looking man laughed loudly, "Silkworm Madam, Manzi is already at his limit. Do you want a change of taste today?" The beautiful woman called Silkworm Madam glanced at him and curled her lips. "Scram, this old lady hates gigolos like you the most." A jade folding fan suddenly appeared in the fair-looking man's hand. He opened it and waved it, smiling, "I may be fair, but I'm not a wax spear. How will Silkworm Madam know if you don't try?" Silkworm Madam said coldly, "This old lady doesn't care even if you're a diamond. This old lady likes burly men like Manzi." She suddenly turned her head and asked in surprise, "Hey Manzi, what are you doing? Are you stupid?" The burly man called Manzi was extremely stiff at this moment. Cold sweat slid down his forehead as he stared quietly at Yang Kai. His eyes were filled with horror and shock as if he had seen a ghost. "He's not dead, you bastards." The other 4 retreated immediately after the attack, so they didn't pay much attention to Yang Kai's situation. After all, who could stop their sneak attack? They only thought that Yang Kai was dead for sure. Only Manzi, who was very close to Yang Kai, saw clearly that the thunderous attack of his four companions did not harm a single hair on Yang Kai's body. It was as if they had merely scratched an itch for the youth in front of him. Yang Kai did not even frown as he stared at him with eyes full of ridicule. He wanted to withdraw his secret treasure, yet he noticed that Yang Kai wasn't moving at all. The strength in Yang Kai's hand actually caused him to feel powerless. When the corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled into a subtle arc, Manzi's hair stood on end, and he immediately released his secret treasure with the intention of retreating. A hand reached out unhurriedly but tightly gripped his neck. The barbarian was immediately unable to move. The man who was like an iron tower was lifted up just like that. His feet left the ground as he kept struggling. Silkworm Madam and the other three cried out in alarm. Their expressions changed and they almost couldn't believe their eyes. A feeling of horror rose from their hearts and spread throughout their bodies. Immediately their limbs turned cold. They knew very well how strong Manzi's cultivation was. His strength was on par with theirs, yet he was being gripped by a single hand? Who was this person? You guys sure are having fun chatting. Yang Kai's sinister voice reverberated in the mine. Although his voice was deep, it sent chills down the spines of Silkworm Madam and the others' spines. They looked at each other and didn't say a word. At the same time they pounced forward again. This time they pushed their strength to the limit. Their bodies glowed brightly, illuminating the mine. Haha, good one. Yang Kai laughed loudly. If these people were to escape, he would have to chase after them. He didn't expect them to take the initiative to attack him, saving him a lot of trouble. The hand that was gripping the barbarian suddenly exerted force and smashed him in a certain direction. He was actually treating the barbarian as a human-shaped weapon that he could use at will. There was originally nothing in that direction, but when the barbarian's body smashed down, the short and thin old man actually appeared at that spot as if he had moved forward himself. The wind howled as the thin old man's seemingly turbid eyes shone with shock. Then he could only watch helplessly as the barbarian's sturdy body covered his head. The sound of flesh and bones breaking rang out as the barbarian and the thin old man turned into meat paste. Blood splattered everywhere and the smell of blood filled the air. Yang Kai held the hammer artifact that the barbarian had abandoned in his right hand. He didn't use any energy and just waved his hand casually. He used a simple and crude move to annihilate an army. A force that could overturn rivers and seas swept out. The fair-skinned man's body was smashed in half on the spot. The defensive artifact on his body and the Saint Chi protecting him were as fragile as paper. The two halves of his body exploded into a bloody mist mid-air, and he died on the spot. Silkworm Madam and the other person didn't die, but they were also forced back by the violent energy vortex. They were severely injured in an instant, and all their defensive artifacts were destroyed. When they regained their footing, their bodies and minds were shrouded in fear. Oh, who is this? Not only did he not feel any discomfort after being teleported from Shadowed Star, but he also killed 3 First-Order Origin Kings with just a wave of his hand. Is he even human? How can there be such a powerful existence on Shadowed Star? Silkworm Madam was still in a daze, but the other First-Order Origin King had already turned into a stream of light and fled without looking back. I'm not your opponent. If I don't run, I'll die. He couldn't even tell how high Yang Kai's cultivation was, so how could he dare to stay? The mine was full of twists and turns, and he soon disappeared from Yang Kai's sight. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a look of disdain on his face. In the face of absolute power, any resistance was futile. He had realized this deeply after returning from the star boundary. The big hammer artifact in his hand spun, and Yang Kai threw it out casually. It flew out and smashed through several rock walls, followed by a scream that stopped abruptly. Silkworm Madam's face was pale. She clearly felt the aura of her last companion disappear from her perception. Thinking back to the scream just now, how could she not know what had happened to him? Of the 5 First-Order Origin Kings lying in ambush here, only she remained in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai looked over and saw Silkworm Madam kneel on the ground, trembling as she begged, "Please spare me." Yang Kai frowned and stepped forward. He reached out and pinched her smooth chin, making her look up at him. "You're called Silkworm Madam?" Silkworm Madam tried to squeeze out a smile, but it was uglier than crying. "That's what they all call this mistress." Yang Kai nodded, his eyes examining her beautiful figure. White and plump, the name Silkworm Madam was quite appropriate. Exerting a bit of force, he said, "You're making things very difficult for me." If this Silkworm Madam had turned and fled, He could have just killed her like how he dealt with the previous one. But this woman didn't run away and instead knelt on the ground to beg him. If he killed her, wouldn't it be a little immoral? Socorn Madam looked pained. I'm not very good at killing women. Yang Kai shook his head. Socorn Madam's eyes lit up at this. Master, please show mercy and spare this mistress' life. This mistress is willing to do anything to repay you. Yang Kai shook his head. I'm not interested. Socorn Madam panicked and raised her head to look at Yang Kai. Seeing his eyes roaming around her collar, she immediately said, This mistress is willing to be master's dog. I only ask for my life. As she spoke, she actually prostrated herself and raised her plump buttocks up high. She stuck out her scarlet tongue with a fawning expression and even barked twice like a dog. If she had an extra tail, she would really be a female dog. Yang Kai couldn't take it anymore. His mind couldn't help but recall the scene of him fooling around with Su Yan a few days ago. That night's madness could be said to be the most exciting he'd been in years. Unfortunately, after that night, Su Yan never let him touch her again. He didn't know whether she was angry or shy. Now that this Socorn Madam brought up those memories, he felt his beast blood boil and his breathing become heavy. Su Yan wasn't willing to play along with him in this game. This woman in front of him was definitely willing to give him what he wanted. TSK, he was really looking forward to it. Socorn Madam observed Yang Kai's expression and saw that his appetite was piqued. Naturally, she was overjoyed and stroked her hair even more coquettishly. The barking sounds in her mouth gradually became whining, moaning, and teasing. It was likely that no man would be able to resist such a scene. Yang Kai took a deep breath and reached out to put his hand on her shoulder. I've seriously considered it. You should just die. The power in his palm poured into Socorn Madam's body. The violent power rampaged, messing up Socorn Madam's internal organs, blood, flesh, and meridians. Socorn Madam fell limply to the ground. Bits of her internal organs and blood flowed out of her nose and mouth. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Even in death, she didn't expect that this man would have no compassion for the fairer sex and kill her without any hesitation. Her eyes were wide open as she fell, her vitality quickly dissipating. Yang Kai swept his gaze around and after confirming that he hadn't missed any enemies, he nodded lightly. The space array that he had spent so much time, effort and money to arrange in his early years had now been reduced to a convenient tool for a cultivator on Great Desolate Star. This was something he had never expected. These 5 people guarding this place must have killed a cultivator on Shadowed Star or even High Heaven Sect, so how could Yang Kai let them live? Not to mention the woman shaking her head and wagging her tail and begging for mercy. Even if she really stripped naked, she wouldn't be able to escape death. He was indeed not good at killing women, but when it was time to kill, he wouldn't show mercy. After collecting the space rings of the dead people, Yang Kai searched around and found a transfer token. He didn't care about the things in the space rings, but this transfer token had to be taken back. Walking back to the space array, Yang Kai sensed that there were many transfer directions. After sorting out his senses a little and determining his location, Yang Kai pushed his principles and disappeared. Chapter 31-31. Green Mountain Star was not a top-level cultivation star in the entire Hung Luo star field, nor was it the home star of any of the strongest forces, but it was very famous in star territory. There were 2 reasons for its fame. One was that there was a restricted area here called the Blood Prison that opened once every 100 years. An origin-returning realm cultivator could enter and participate in the Blood Prison trial to obtain many benefits and opportunities, as well as pry into the mysteries of breaking through to the Origin King realm. Yang Kai had participated in the Blood Prison trial many years ago and obtained a lot of territory stones there. These territory stones could help an origin-returning realm cultivator condense their own territory. Yang Kai had relied on these territory stones to quickly break through to the Origin King realm. The Blood Prison had existed for an unknown period of time, but it was at least 10,000 years. The reason for its birth was rumored to be that many Origin King realm masters fought here and died here, scattering their martial Dao essences and insights into the surrounding soil. By chance, this unique environment was formed, and the territory stones were born. The second reason for Green Mountain Star's fame was something that happened several dozen years ago. After the end of the last Blood Prison trial, Green Mountain Star's Star Master Luo Hai inexplicably fell, shocking the entire star territory. Although Luo Hai was only a second-order Origin King, he was the only second-order Origin Star Master in the entire star territory who had become a Star Master. His aptitude was extraordinary, and with the assistance of a star source, he was certain to break through to the Third Order and stand at the peak of star territory, becoming an overlord. However, such an amazing person suddenly fell, and no one knew what happened to him after the blood prison trial. At that time, people speculated that he had provoked some old monster and was mercilessly killed. After all, his strength was not weak and he was a star master, so besides those few people who could have killed him. But in the following 10 years the truth gradually revealed itself. The one who killed him was not some old monster, but Shadowed Star Master Yang Kai. The source of this news was Scarlet Wave Star's Ice Heart Valley. It was impossible to verify who spread this news, but it was certain because Luo Hai had fallen on Scarlet Wave Star and many of Ice Heart Valley's disciples had witnessed it with their own eyes. At that time Yang Kai had already left star territory and headed to the star boundary, so after this news spread, it didn't cause too much of a stir. Although Luo Hai had made many friends, none of them really went to Shadowed Star to avenge him. What's more, Yang Kai was no longer in star territory, so there was no way for Luo Hai to seek revenge, so the matter was left unsettled and gradually died down as time passed. But how shocking was the fall of a star master. It could be said that in the entire Hung Luo star field, Luo Hai was the first star master to be killed because of a fight. Not to mention that no one else had done so in the future, but it was definitely unprecedented. Looking at the familiar stars, Yang Kai's dusty memories were unlocked. This was not the first time he had come to Green Mountain Star. Counting this time, it was his third time. The last time he had come here to participate in the blood prison trial, he had been chased by Star Master Luo Hai and had been chased all the way to Scarlet Wave Star for more than half a year. If not for him repeatedly hiding in the sealed world bead, Yang Kai would have likely died. That was a rare moment in his life when he was on the brink of death, so he had never forgotten it. However, Yang Kai couldn't remember why Luo Hai had chased after him at that time. The joy of surviving this calamity filled their hearts, and many of them even began to cry. Yang Kai's eyes swept across the crowd before settling on a red-faced man. This person had the highest cultivation here, a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, but someone had placed a seal on his body that sealed his Saint Chi in his meridians, making it impossible for him to move. The red-faced man obviously realized that Yang Kai was an incredible master and that whether he could survive this time all depended on him, so he quickly cupped his fists and said, "Peng Shizong greets master." Yang Kai raised his hand, "Take them to the side, I'll talk to you later." His gaze pierced through the void and landed on the center of the city. Over there, two Origin King realm auras suddenly surged over, obviously alarmed by Yang Kai's actions here. One of them was a second-order Origin King and the other was a first-order Origin King. When these auras appeared, the complexions of Peng Shizong and the others changed drastically and they quickly retreated. There were many of them, at least 300, but their cultivations were uneven and their clothes were different. Obviously they all came from different backgrounds, but at this moment, all of them had united and were staring at Yang Kai worriedly. "Daring to ruin this old master's business, Junior? Don't even think about leaving." A voice that was sharp like a wolf's howl resounded. Subsequently, two figures appeared at the center of the city, and they flew over swiftly like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 31-32. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Yang Kai and revealed themselves to be a man and a woman. Both of them were quite old. One of them was an old man with white hair and beard, while the other was an old woman with a face full of wrinkles. Both of them were exuding a thick corpse chi. At this moment, the old man was glaring at Yang Kai with extremely bitter eyes, as if he wanted to skin him alive. The old woman swept her eyes over the blood pond and immediately became hysterical, glaring at Yang Kai and gnashing her teeth. "Boy, you dare kill my Netherworld sect's disciples, this old woman will make you beg for death." The disciples of Netherworld sect could do whatever they wanted on Green Mountain Star. Even if they encountered some resistance, it was quickly suppressed. They had never thought that someone would dare slaughter their disciples and kill so many of them at once. These two were the leaders of Netherworld sect here, so they naturally had to take some responsibility. What's more, many of the dead disciples were existences similar to their own children, so how could they tolerate such a deep blood feud? "You're from Netherworld sect?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "Great Desolate Stars territory, Netherworld sect. It was really a small world. Boy, it's too late to beg for mercy now. Your soul belongs to me and your body belongs to her. Don't even think about entering the cycle of reincarnation." The old man's wolfish voice sounded, making those who heard it feel like 100 claws were scratching at their hearts, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. Yang Kai looked at them disdainfully. Do I look like I'm begging for mercy? Old thing, are your eyes failing you? Bolt. The old man was angered by Yang Kai's rebuttal and stretched out his withered hand to grab Yang Kai. His hand was thin and bony, and his fingernails were pitch black, making him look like a terrifying ghost's claw. When the withered hand reached out, it brought with it a cold wind that seeped into one's bones, making those who saw it shudder. Laughing loudly, Kai Yang said, although having a brain is a good thing, it seems that not everyone has one. I originally wanted to ask you a few things, but since you're so anxious to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Sending out a punch, Kai Yang said. The old man's face changed drastically. Although he did not feel any trace of Yang Kai using any kind of strength, just a simple punch, this punch gave him an extremely uncomfortable feeling, as if he would not be able to block it. Although he was only a second-order origin king, as the saying goes, old people who do not die are old thieves, and their senses of life and death. But before he could reach Yang Kai's hand, he hurriedly retracted it. However, he was still a step too late. The violent fist energy swept through his 5 fingers, and an unstoppable destructive force was transmitted. It directly blasted his 5 fingers apart, turning them into a mass of flesh and blood. What? The old woman's face also changed. What the hell was this kid doing? It was only at this moment that the sound of wind whistling rang out, causing the 2 old men to sway. The 2 old men looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. Not daring to hesitate, they both used their trump cards. At the same time, they stretched out their hands towards the blood pond and waved. 2 large flags flew out of the blood pond and fell into the hands of the 2 old men. One flag was blood red, as if it was made of blood and exuded a strong bloody aura, while the other was as black as night, without the slightest glow. Vaguely, there were countless human faces floating, struggling, and roaring on its surface. Blood Sea Banner, 10,000 Soul Banner. Peng Shizong, who was watching from a distance, called out in a low voice as he stared at the 2 artifacts that had cost countless lives, his eyes filled with deep hatred. Everyone else had similar expressions. On Green Mountain Star, countless people had died because of these 2 artifacts, so how could they not know about the Blood Sea Banner and 10,000 Soul Banner? With their natal artifacts in hand, the old man and the old woman calmed down and glared at Yang Kai gloomily. Yang Kai quickly said, "Is this the purpose of your massacre?" He could sense that the so-called Blood Sea Banner and 10,000 Soul Banner were both extremely evil secret treasures. The reason they were soaked in the blood pool was obviously to use the blood water and souls in the blood pool to nourish the secret treasure's intelligence and power. As soon as these 2 artifacts appeared, the entire blood pond quieted down and even the color of the water became much lighter. So many pieces of trash to be able to enter my banner is their honor, the old man coldly snorted. The old woman smiled maliciously and said, "Don't worry, you'll also enter in a moment." Yang Kai sneered, "Then please take me in quickly." The old woman coldly snorted, "As you wish." The Blood Sea Banner in her hand rolled up and fell towards Yang Kai, causing the entire sky to turn dark red. Yang Kai raised his head and glanced over with an indifferent look on his face. The old woman was still on guard against Yang Kai's resistance, but even after Yang Kai was sucked into the Blood Sea Banner, she did not see him take any action. She immediately sneered, "Ignorant fool, you actually dare enter this old woman's Blood Sea Banner. Let's see how you die now." The old man said, "This person is no small matter. Don't be careless. Let me in, you and I will work together to deal with him." The old woman said, "You're too cautious. After entering the Blood Sea Banner, even a 3rd-order origin king will lose a layer of skin." Even though he said that, he still grabbed the old man's arm. With a single movement, he brought the old man into the Blood Sea Banner. Peng Shizong and the others watched from a distance, all of them feeling anxious, thinking that this young man had an extraordinary bearing, so how could he be so foolish? The Blood Sea Banner was an extremely powerful artifact, and with the old woman, a 1st-order origin king, controlling it, how could he survive? Not only would he not be able to kill the old woman, but he would also increase the power of the Blood Sea Banner. They thought that a savior had arrived, but it turned out to be a hothead. "Brother Peng, what should we do?" Someone looked at Peng Shizong and asked. At this moment, there were only their own people near the blood pond. The Netherworld sect disciples had all been slaughtered, and the 2 origin kings had also entered the Blood Sea Banner. It could be said that they were the only ones left in the entire city. "Hurry up and run." Peng Shizong did not answer, but someone shouted. Peng Shizong smiled bitterly, "Run? Where can we run to? If their cultivations had not been sealed, they might have had a chance to survive, but now, everyone's cultivation was sealed in their bodies. If they wanted to escape, they could only rely on their legs. Even if they ran for a day, they would not be able to travel more than 100 kilometers. What was 100 kilometers to an origin king? They could easily catch up. It could be said that they were at the end of their rope, unless a miracle appeared. Then, are we supposed to wait for death here? Peng Shizong said, perhaps, that master can kill his way out of the Blood Sea banner. Immediately he attracted a lot of attention, all of them looking at him like he was a fool. Peng Shizong rubbed his nose. There is always a glimmer of hope. However, this hope was too slim to appear. Brother Peng, if you don't leave, I will. We cultivators do not fear life or death, but to have our bodies and souls refined into an artifact and not be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation is too miserable. I would rather find a place to commit suicide than wait for those two old things to come out. These words caused a stir. Sometimes, death was not scary, but after death, having one's soul and body to be controlled by others was somewhat unacceptable. Peng Shizong said, since that's the case, please have a safe journey. Everyone saw that he seemed determined to stay here and no longer tried to persuade him. Time was precious now, and no one knew when the two from Netherworld sect would come out, so escaping was naturally the most important thing. In an instant, more than half of the crowd had left, leaving only a few dozen people behind. Most of these people looked hesitant and determined to die, probably thinking that it was useless to escape and might as well save their strength and stay here. Perhaps a miracle would really happen. The blood sea surged, filling the eyes with a blood-red color and a pungent aura. Inside this blood sea, there were countless blood corpses tumbling about, all of them like ghosts. Yang Kai stood above the blood sea, coldly observing this hellish scene. The old woman and old man suddenly appeared together. The old woman sneered, "Little brat, enter my blood sea banner and you'll die obediently." The old man also laughed strangely, "You're really stupid." Yang Kai asked, "Are these corpses the cultivator of Green Mountain's star?" There were tens of thousands of corpses tumbling about in this blood sea, perhaps hundreds of thousands. The old woman said, "Even at death's door, you're still in the mood to inquire about other people's affairs. Boy, your heart is quite big. Even if I die, I should know what's going on, right?" Yang Kai turned to look at the old woman. The old woman let out a crow-like laugh. "You're quite sensible. Rest assured, this old woman won't make you feel any pain, it'll just be over in a flash." "You haven't answered my question yet. When one gets old, not only do they have poor eyesight, are they also deaf?" The old woman's face sank. "Yes. Most of these people are the cultivator of this place, and it was thanks to their contributions that this old woman was able to break through to the Origin King realm." Yang Kai asked, "Your Netherworld sect invaded this star's territory for this purpose?" The old woman said, "The Purgatory Blood Sea banner and the 10,000 Soul banner require a lot of materials. In the territory of Great Desolate Star, my Netherworld sect needs to exercise restraint, but here there is no need for that. Having said that, there are really many cultivator here. I wonder to what extent this old woman's Blood Sea banner can be improved." Yang Kai nodded. "Right now you're at your limit. You have no chance to improve further." The old woman sneered, "At this point, do you still want to escape?" "Why should I escape?" Yang Kai looked at her strangely. The old woman was startled and asked incredulously, "Could it be you want to kill us?" If the old woman from Netherworld sect was still alive, how could she have allowed such a thing to happen? Who was that young man and what was his cultivation? How could he accomplish such a thing? Peng Shizong slapped his head in annoyance. Just now, he had been so shocked that he had forgotten to ask for the other party's name. Now he didn't even know the name of his savior, which was simply rude. Just as he was thinking so, a Mizan-like shadow suddenly appeared in his field of vision. In the blink of an eye, this shadow grew to the size of a fist, then to the size of a baby, and by the time he came back to his senses, his savior was already in front of him. Peng Shizong stared at Yang Kai in a daze. "Master, I'll be a good man to the end and help the Buddha to the west." Yang Kai stretched out his hand towards Peng Shizong and Peng Shizong involuntarily floated towards him, floating directly in front of him. "Master." Peng Shizong was a little flustered, not knowing what Yang Kai wanted to do, but he did not feel any malicious intent from him, so he was not worried. "Open your mouth," Yang Kai shouted. Peng Shizong obediently opened his mouth. Yang Kai flicked his finger and a spirit pill flew into Peng Shizong's mouth and rolled into his abdomen. The force binding him disappeared and Peng Shizong fell straight down. After coming to a stop, his eyes suddenly bulged and he impatiently sat down cross-legged. The other cultivators saw this scene and did not know what was going on, but after observing for a while they were all shocked. Because at this moment, an extremely powerful aura was surging from Peng Shizong's body, making him look like a trapped beast. This aura was raging inside his body, as if it was trying to break free from some kind of shackle. Between the heavens and earth, there were some wonderful vibrations, and a moment later, dark clouds gathered in the sky, with bolts of lightning shuttling back and forth. Is he about to break through? Peng Shizong was already a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, so if he broke through, wouldn't he be an origin king? Many people present were familiar with Peng Shizong, so they naturally knew what was going on with him. Although Peng Shizong had some talent in cultivation, he was still a little short of breaking through to the origin king realm, and this required at least a few dozen or even 100 years of hard work. But now, without any warning, he was about to break through. This was obviously the work of that young man and that spirit pill. In an instant, everyone looked at Peng Shizong with eyes full of envy. This was an incredible opportunity, and Yang Kai's image in their hearts became more and more unfathomable. Originally he had easily killed 2 origin kings, which was already shocking enough, but now he had made such a big move. Just what kind of background did he have? Hong long long. In just a few breaths of time, the dark clouds in the sky became thicker and thicker, as if a mass of dark cotton had covered the sky. Yang Kai looked up and showed a dissatisfied look. This was too slow. He was anxious to go to Monster Star, and although he was willing to help Peng Shizong, he did not want to waste too much time on this kind of thing. Looking at the situation, this world baptism would take at least half a day. With a thought, Yang Kai flashed to Peng Shizong's side, pushed his Emperor Qi and unsealed some of his cultivation. Hong long long. The rolling dark clouds in the sky became more and more restless, and the thunder seemed to become more violent. Yang Kai chuckled. He had just thought of this idea and hadn't expected it to really work. His existence was a burden on the territory of this star, so he had been suppressing his cultivation these days to avoid being rejected by the world principles. Now that he had taken the initiative to unseal it, it really attracted the hostility of the heavens and earth. Together with Peng Shizong's world baptism when he broke through to the great realm, it accelerated the gathering of world energy. Silently calculating, Yang Kai quickly resealed his cultivation when he felt that it was about time. The heavenly might had been formed, and the arrow was knocked on the string, so it had to be released. And Peng Shizong had become the best target. In just a dozen breaths, the world baptism had taken shape. Although Peng Shizong was meditating and refining the medicinal efficacies, he was not completely unaware of what was happening outside. At this moment he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and felt that he was going to die this time. After all, breaking through to the great realm required a long time to prepare. Today's events had happened so suddenly that he had no time to prepare. He didn't even have a protective artifact with him. What was this master doing? Giving him a spirit pill to help him break through only to lead him to death. The ups and downs of life were simply too exciting. Kacha. A bolt of lightning as thick as a baby's arm fell from the sky and blasted straight towards Peng Shizong. My life is over. Peng Shizong's heart sank. At this moment, the huge medicinal efficacies were colliding with his body, so he couldn't even escape, so he could only sit on the ground and bear the fatal blow. When the bolt of lightning hit him, Peng Shizong's body trembled as he felt his whole body go numb. Immediately afterward he felt a sharp pain, but instead of being shocked he was overjoyed. I didn't die? The power of this world baptism was weaker than he had expected, but if that was the case, he might be able to survive. If he could survive, he would be able to break through to the origin king realm. In this world of endless war, he might not be able to move unhindered, but he would at least have the strength to protect himself. At least he wouldn't be captured at will like this time. What are you thinking about? Guard your mind, comprehend the power of the world, and condense your own territory. A voice like the morning bell suddenly sounded in Peng Shizong's ears, causing his mind to shake as he quickly guarded his knowledge. See. Another bolt of lightning fell. Peng Shizong felt that when the world baptism arrived, the young man standing next to him suddenly waved his hand and was actually able to divert the energy falling from the sky. More than half of it shot towards the sky while the other half fell on him. He can actually interfere with the power of the world baptism? Peng Shizong didn't dare to express his feelings at this moment. The cultivator who was watching from the side was also dumbfounded. This kind of method was simply unheard of. It was beyond the power of this world. As the world baptism continued to fall, Yang Kai kept waving his hand and directing it. With him standing guard, it would be difficult for Peng Shizong to die even if he wanted to. After an hour, Peng Shizong stood up. Although he looked a little disheveled, his clothes in tatters, and his expression tired, his eyes were shining with a brilliance that had never been there before. Cupping his fists, he said, "Peng Shizong thanks Master for helping me break through to the Origin King realm. This time I am unable to repay this great kindness." "Enough, enough," Yang Kai raised his hand. "If I wanted you to repay me, I wouldn't have done so much." The value of that single spirit pill alone was not something a trivial Peng Shizong could compensate for. The reason why Yang Kai had helped them was simply because he didn't want them to fall into the hands of the cultivator on Great Desolate Star after he had saved them. One more Origin King was always more strength to resist. Green Mountain Star was Hung Luo Starfield's cultivation star, so how could it tolerate outsiders abusing it? Sooner or later, this group of people would be driven away, leaving behind a small flame that might be enough to burn the entire star. Chapter 31-34. Being interrupted by Yang Kai, Peng Shizong did not dare to be dissatisfied and asked more respectfully, "Dare I ask if Master is from White Robe Temple?" "What's that? I've never heard of it." Peng Shizong said, "It's the most powerful force on Green Mountain Star that resists the territory of Great Desolate Star. I thought Master was from White Robe Temple." Thinking about it, although White Robe Temple had become famous in the past 10 years, it did not seem to have a powerful master. The White Robe Temple's master was just a second-order Origin King, so naturally, it was impossible for someone with such divine technique to be inferior to others. "Good, this is all I can help you with. From now on, you'll have to rely on your own luck." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted Peng Shizong on the shoulder. "By the way, where is the blood prison?" Peng Shizong quickly pointed to a location and wanted to ask Yang Kai what he was going to do with the blood prison, but Yang Kai had already leapt up and flew off into the distance. "Dare I ask Master's name?" Peng Shizong shouted. From afar 2 words rang out. Peng Shizong heard them clearly and frowned slightly, feeling that this name sounded familiar as if he had heard it somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. "Yang Kai!" someone suddenly exclaimed. Peng Shizong turned his head and looked at the man inquiringly. "Brother Peng, don't tell me you've forgotten this name." The man looked at Peng Shizong with a complicated expression. "Several decades ago Master Luo Hai died." Peng Shizong suddenly realized, it was him? Finally he remembered where he had heard this name before. When Star Master Luo Hai died, the star's territory was shaken, but the ones who were most affected were the stars and cultivators on Green Mountain Star. With the death of the Star Master, although the star's source had returned, it had inevitably suffered some damage, causing some subtle changes to the world energy aura of Green Mountain Star, causing the hundreds of millions of cultivators on Green Mountain Star to hate Yang Kai. Never had Peng Shizong expected that the one who saved him today was the same person who had killed Luo Hai. If it's him, then it makes sense. Peng Shizong thought to himself. He had been able to kill a Star Lord decades ago, so it wasn't surprising that he was capable of such shocking moves. Didn't I hear that this master had left the territory of the Star Realm decades ago and went to a higher world? Could it be that the rumors are false? Maybe he's back. Back then there were the great emperors of Starfield in the territory of Starfield. They were invincible in the universe. In my opinion, even if this Lord Yang isn't as good as the great emperors of Starfield, I'm afraid he's not far from them. If we can have another one of the great emperors of Starfield, it will be the blessing of the billions of cultivators in our territory. Although Yang Kai's killing of Luo Hai had left a bad impression on the cultivators of Green Mountain Star, after all, that kind of thing was too far away for them to care about, so none of them wanted to avenge Luo Hai. Now that they had received a life-saving grace from this young man, how could they not be grateful? Everyone talked for a while before stopping and coming forward to congratulate Peng Shizong on his breakthrough. Peng Shizong squeezed out a smile. If it were before, breaking through to the Origin King realm would definitely be a joyous event, but now that the entire city had been massacred and almost all of his friends and family had died, the joy of breaking through had been diluted greatly. "Brother Peng, what should we do now?" someone asked. Peng Shizong's cultivation was the highest among them, and now he was the only Origin King. If they wanted to live longer, they could only follow Peng Shizong's lead. Ghastly wails and howls came from the banner, disturbing Bai Ying's mind. In his right hand he held a blood sea banner, which constantly released rays of blood-red light and filthy energy. There was a gap between their cultivations, and the old man's two artifacts were difficult to defend against, so even though the White Shadow's strength was quite good at this moment, he was being beaten into a corner, unable to fight back at all. If not for the embodiment breaking Jianghu City's spirit array with a punch and distracting the old man, the White Shadow would have already been defeated. Yang Kai soared into the air and stepped forward. The old man's face was ugly, and he could not help but be distracted, giving the White Shadow a chance to catch his breath. After a few steps, Yang Kai had closed within 300 meters of the White Shadow. The old man immediately shouted, "Who are you and why do you want to embarrass my Netherworld sect?" Green Mountain Star definitely did not have such a group of people. He had been here for more than a decade and had dealt with the cultivator here, so how could he not know what kind of people lived here? He had never heard of this group of people who had come to Jianghu City today, but each one of them was enough to make one tremble in fear. Seeing Yang Kai approaching, how could the old man hold back? Today it was likely he would not be able to destroy this white-robed sect, and he might not even be able to protect Jianghu City. However, he was still a third-order origin king and was confident in his abilities, so he was not in a hurry to escape. He just wanted to inquire about the details of Yang Kai and the others so that he could ask the masters of his sect to deal with them. "Old thief Mei, watch out for my hidden weapon." Yang Kai was too lazy to waste time with him, so with a roar, he reached out and grabbed something above his head before throwing it forward. Both the old man and the White Shadow were dumbfounded, forgetting that they were fighting for a moment. Because the hidden weapon Yang Kai threw out was actually the little girl sitting on his neck. A 7 or 8-year-old little girl with waist-length hair and delicate skin. Anyone who saw her would have a good impression of her, but she had actually been thrown out like a hidden weapon? How could she possibly survive? The little girl seemed to be scared silly, a blank look on her face as her small body slammed straight into the old man, not moving, not crying, and not making a fuss. The old man flew into a rage, feeling that he had been underestimated. He wanted to take the little girl's life, but when he saw those clear black and white eyes, he couldn't help feeling his heart palpitate. In a panic, the old man waved the blood sea banner in his hand and with a flash of blood-red light, the little girl was sucked into it and disappeared. No matter who this person was, he would take her as a hostage first. The defense the old man had laid down was completely useless. When the flames reached his body, he let out a miserable shriek that sounded like the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. He turned into a ball of fire and fell from the sky. Only then did a clean snow-white hand suddenly reach out from the blood sea banner that had almost been burned to ashes. It seemed to have crossed over from another space. Immediately after, a small figure appeared. Patting her clothes, she turned her head to take a look before flying over to Yang Kai. With a leap, she rode on his neck and grabbed his ears with both hands to maintain her balance, just like she had done at the beginning. Su Binbai's eyes bulged as he stared blankly. His entire being was in a mess. He could be considered an experienced and knowledgeable person, but what he saw just now made him feel like he was in a dream. A third-order origin king master was killed so easily? What cultivation did this little girl have? What kind of fire was that to have such a miraculous effect? As if sensing his gaze, Lu Yen turned her head to look at him. Her clear eyes were not tainted by the slightest impurity, causing Su Binbai to feel guilty and avert his gaze. "Brother Su, let's end this battle first," Yang Kai said. Only then did Su Binbai come back to his senses. He nodded and said, "All right." His spear danced, turning into a meteor-like ray of light that fell towards the city. At the same time he shouted, "White-robed sect, all demons retreat." The heroes responded. In just a moment the earth quaked and the mountains shook. The white-robed sect members, with their unparalleled bravery and the cooperation of Li Jiao and the others, killed the warriors of the Grand Desolation Star Field until they were scared witless. Looking at the various patterns on this altar, Yang Kai made a decision and walked up with Lu Yen. Monster Star, as the only stars in the territory of Star City dominated by the monster race, could be said to be a paradise for the monster race. On Monster Star, the living space of the human race and other races was extremely small and their status was extremely low, oppressed by the monster race all year round. There were no masters among the human race, and the strongest human race cultivator was only at the Origin Returning realm. Any human who had the potential to break through to the Origin King realm would be killed by the monster race. Here, the significance of the human race's existence was nothing more than a foil to the monster race, a vassal. On Monster Star there were 10 monster race tribal lords. Each of them had a cultivation at the Origin King realm, and their bodies were all 10th order monster beast. Only when one's cultivation reached the 3rd order Origin King realm would they be qualified to be called a monster king. Monster kings were extremely rare, and it was often difficult for one to appear in hundreds or even thousands of years. A few decades ago, a monster king had appeared on Monster Star. It was one of the 10 tribal lords, Chiyu tribal lord, who had broken through. However, Chiyu's monster king left Monster Star not long after and handed over his territory to his adopted daughter. Since then, the monster king had become a legend. Monster Star's 10 tribal lords had different temperaments, and their attitudes towards the human race were also different. In one of the tribal lords' territories, there was no space for the human race to establish themselves because all of them had been killed by this tribal lord. Among the 10 tribal lords, the tribal lord who had the most harmonious relationship with the human race was Chiyu tribal lord. In Chiyu tribal lord, the human race was not oppressed too much and could even live freely. Many human race sects had even sprouted here. Chiyu was a woman of great foresight. The monster race could not perform artifact refining or alchemy, but the human race could. She had provided a place for the oppressed human race to live and reproduce, providing them with shelter and protection. She had also gathered a large number of artifact refiners and alchemists to refine artifacts and alchemy for her, increasing the strength of Chiyu tribal lord. After she left, Shanqing Luo took over Chiyu tribal lord, and this policy was maintained. In addition, Shanqing Luo had the support of Shadowed Star's High Heaven sect, so Chiyu tribal lord's influence grew like a rolling snowball, surpassing the other 9 tribal lords in just a dozen years, and showing signs of unifying the entire Monster Star. If there had been no foreign invasion with Shanqing Luo's current cultivation and strength, it would not have been difficult for her to rule Monster Star. However, the invasion of a cultivator from Great Desolate Star's territory disrupted her plans. Monster Star was also targeted by the people from Great Desolate Star's territory, and the sect that targeted this star was a first-class existence in Great Desolate Star's territory. Although it was not as strong as Netherworld sect, it was still quite powerful. 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa. This sect was based on beast taming, and all the disciples of this sect were proficient in beast taming. As their cultivation increased, the number of monster beasts they could control would also increase. When the disciples of 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa fought with others, they had monster beasts to assist them, so it could be said that they had an advantage. When they heard that there was a monster race leading stars in Hung Luo Star Field, there were countless monster beasts and many rare bloodlines. How could they remain calm? They immediately mobilized the power of their entire sect to Monster Star and brought the flames of war here. After more than a decade, only 3 of the top 10 monster race tribal lords remained on Monster Star. The other 7 either refused to submit and self-destructed their monster cores, or they chose to rely on 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa and became their lackeys. The tribal lords' names only existed in name. Now, only Red Moon territory was struggling to hold on. Red Moon territory being able to persist in the battle with 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa until now was largely due to the contributions of the current Red Moon tribal lord, Shanqing Luo. Shanqing Luo was already a 3rd order Origin King and possessed the source of the divine spirit, Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. This kind of ability was not something that could be defeated by just anyone. In addition, Red Moon territory had the support of High Heaven sect in the early years and was developing vigorously, so if 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa really insisted on going to war, both sides would suffer. Therefore, after 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa eroded most of Monster Star's land and subdued 90% of the monster beasts, they actually reached a strange period of peace with Red Moon territory. Under this peace, undercurrents were surging and a storm was brewing. No matter who it was, this peace would not last long. 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa was accumulating strength, and it would take time for the disciples to subdue new pet beasts. Once 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa was ready, Red Moon territory would definitely welcome a storm of attacks. When that time came, Red Moon territory would definitely not be able to hold on. On Half Moon Mountain in her palace, Shanqing Luo sat by the window, gazing at the scenery of the mountain. Her bright red robes were like the sun, outlining her graceful curves. Her beautiful hair draped over her shoulders and her face was enchanting. Chapter 31-38. She was already an extremely charming woman, and when she was in the central capital she was already known as the beguiling demon queen. Now that her cultivation had improved, this kind of charm was even more soul-stirring. Just this pretty face alone was enough to make any man fall head over heels for her. Red was originally vulgar, but when she wore it, it complemented each other perfectly, further accentuating her beauty. At this moment she was holding a wine jug in her hand, her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed as she looked up at the stars, as if she was looking at the moon, but if one looked carefully, they would find that her eyes had no focus, as if nothing in the world was in her eyes. Slightly raising her head, she poured the wine into her mouth, the clear liquid flowing down the corner of her mouth, rolling down her slender white neck and falling into the towering peaks of her chest, soaking her clothes. If a man was here he would immediately be unable to control himself. Raising a hand, she moved it towards the star field, as if she wanted to grab a star and hold it tightly, not letting go. When she opened her hand, it was empty. Fiercely throwing away the wine jug, she messed up her hair with both hands and gnashed her teeth. Smelly man. The sound of the wine jug falling to the ground alarmed the people outside, and the door was pushed open. A graceful and exquisite figure walked in, looking at her and then at the broken pieces of porcelain on the ground. She squatted down and silently tidied them up. "Biluo, come here." Shanqing Luo beckoned to her, her voice soft and charming. Even though Biluo was a woman, when she heard it, her heart shook as if there was something surging in her delicate body, making her restless. Reaching out to touch her forehead, Biluo said, "Master, what are you doing now? Come here." Shanqing Luo threw a drunken tantrum. Biluo had no choice but to step forward, but before she could stand still, Shanqing Luo pulled her into her arms and placed half of her body on her lap. Looking up, that mesmerizing face was right in front of Yang Luo's eyes. Her red lips were as attractive as gemstones, and a mesmerizing fragrance lingered in his nose. Shanqing Luo lowered her head and looked at her with a smile, her hair falling over her forehead brushing past her cheeks, tickling them. Gudong. Biluo swallowed hard, her cheeks flushing red. Master. Shanqing Luo smiled but did not say anything, making Biluo more and more nervous. Was her long-cherished wish of many years about to come true? I'm not mentally prepared. What should I do? What should I do? Should I ruthlessly refuse her? But now this heaven-sent opportunity was hard to come by. If she sobered up, she might not have another chance. As a maidservant who had followed Shanqing Luo all the way here from the central capital, Biluo had long given her heart and soul. Her cultivation was not low, reaching the first-order origin king realm. Although her talent was not very high, her current achievements were all thanks to Shanqing Luo's strong support and guidance over the years. She could do anything for Shanqing Luo, even if she had to die she would not frown. Breathing rapidly and her blood surging, Biluo felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her body becoming extremely stiff. "Do you like me?" Shanqing Luo suddenly asked with a smile, her eyes blurred as she stretched out a jade finger and stroked Biluo's red lips. Biluo almost could not help but lick her lips, but fortunately she did not lose her mind and said helplessly, "Master, you're drunk." "Nonsense." Shanqing Luo tapped her red lips again, her voice languid. "It's just a few jars of wine, how could I be drunk? And you haven't answered my question yet." Biluo pursed her red lips, nodded gently and said, "Biluo is master's." Shanqing Luo giggled, "Little Biluo is still the best." Leaning closer to her, her red lips exuded an enchanting fragrance. Biluo's eyes widened, and just as she thought something was about to happen, she felt Shanqing Luo kiss her forehead, causing her to suddenly feel disappointed. Shanqing Luo then said, "But we're both women. If I were a man I would eat you right now." She reached out and scratched her nose. Biluo looked away and said faintly, "I can. What can you do?" Shanqing Luo sighed, "Men are still the best, leaving when they want to without any worries, but they don't know that they've taken their hearts with them. I don't know what they're doing outside, but I'm afraid they've already had a bunch of wives and concubines, even children, and have forgotten all about me." Biluo immediately said angrily, "Master, that kind of man is not worthy of being entrusted, don't think about it." Shanqing Luo grabbed her hand and placed it on her heart, smiling, "But this place doesn't agree." Biluo's heart ached, almost tearing up, and she said sadly, Master, no matter how the world changes, Biluo will always be with Master. If Master doesn't chase me away, I'll definitely not leave. Why would I chase you away? Shanqing Luo pursed her lips and smiled sweetly. Biluo also smiled happily but suddenly said a little bashfully, if Master really can't endure it, this servant can think of a way to help Master, relieve your worries, perhaps it can relieve Master's lovesickness. Shanqing Luo asked curiously, what ideas do you have? Biluo said, I've learned some illusionary techniques in recent years. Shanqing Luo was surprised. I can transform into that person's appearance. Shanqing Luo was silent for a while, seeming to be moved. Biluo saw this and quickly struck while the iron was hot. Maybe I can't show the charm, but it's not a problem to imitate 70 to 80%. Imitate who? A person's voice suddenly came from outside the window, scaring the two women. Jade Fall jumped to her feet and shouted, who are you? This was the most central location of Half Moon Mountain, the palace of the Queen Master, so how could it be silently broken in? Looking up, Biluo suddenly opened her mouth wide and said in a daze, you. She actually saw a face she could never have imagined. Shanqing Luo was also stunned, turning her head to look at the face she had missed for decades, a look of absent-mindedness appearing on her face. Luo. Yang Kai smiled and stretched out his hand in greeting, then turned to Biluo and said, little girl, it's immoral to take advantage of others' difficulties to steal them away. He had long known about Biluo's attitude towards Shanqing Luo. It was the same back in the central capital, but he didn't expect that after so many years, this woman's hobby still hadn't changed. It was simply rotten wood that couldn't be carved. This was because the harmony between yin and yang was the great Tao of heaven and earth, but she did the opposite. Yang Kai put his hands behind his head and slammed straight into the wall, but as if he did not feel anything, he just stared at Shanqing Luo with a smile, wondering what kind of trick she was up to. Shanqing Luo slowly got up, opened her mouth, and spat out a burst of Saint Qi that flew behind Yang Kai, transforming into a giant spider web that hung diagonally mid-air. Yang Kai slammed into this web and felt a strong adhesive force from behind him. He struggled slightly but was unable to break free, instead sinking deeper and deeper until even his hands were stuck to this web. Unexpectedly, this game is so exciting. Yang Kai gulped as his blood boiled without warning. His eyes flashed like fire as he stared at Shanqing Luo, as if he wanted to burn her clothes to ashes. Ha ha ha. Shanqing Luo pursed her lips and giggled, her voice so soft and enchanting that it made Yang Kai's bones go soft. Raising her hand, the doors and windows clattered shut as she walked towards Yang Kai at a leisurely pace. As she walked, the clothes on her body began to fall off, gradually exposing her white and plump figure to the air. Her skin was as white as jade and seemed to be so delicate that it could be broken by the slightest breeze. Her chest was high and swayed with every step she took. Her two cherry-like red eyes were like two vortexes that swallowed up Yang Kai's line of sight. There was not the slightest bit of fat on her flat and smooth lower abdomen, slender and fair, causing ripples in one's heart and soul. Her bare feet were small and delicate, one could play with them for an entire day and night. Yang Kai's mouth went dry as he called out bitterly, wanton. Slut, what do you want to do? Shanqing Luo stepped onto the spider web, the infinite scenery between her legs looming as she looked down at Yang Kai from above, like a god patrolling her territory, lightly saying, what do you think? Sticking out her scarlet tongue and licking her lips, she added a different kind of temptation. I really can't stand her like this. Fortunately, he had messed around with Su Yen a few days ago, otherwise Yang Kai couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't break free and push her to the ground. Unlike Su Yen, Shanqing Luo had always been so open in bed, bringing Yang Kai pleasure that others couldn't even dream of, but this was the first time they had played so intensely. It seemed that the several decades of separation had not been without its benefits. At the very least, it had freed some of the shackles in their hearts. Shanqing Luo lifted her foot and gently slid it down Yang Kai's collar. Yang Kai's clothes burst open, revealing his well-dressed body. Shanqing Luo licked her red lips, her eyes cold and noble. I wonder who has taken advantage of this body for so many years. Yang Kai resolutely said, there is no such thing. Even if there was, he couldn't admit it, at least not now. Shanqing Luo suddenly waved her hand, shattering Yang Kai's clothes, angrily saying, You still dare to quibble. If I don't let you taste some bitterness today, I'm afraid you'll forget my strength. Yang Kai grinned and said, then I ask a Luo to hurry up and let me taste some bitterness. Your husband can't wait. Shanqing Luo sat on top of him, leaning down and licking Yang Kai's earlobe, breathing out like orchids. Aren't you afraid I'll eat you? Yang Kai said, I heard that there is a kind of poisonous widow among spiders. After sex they will eat the male. A Luo, do you want to be a poisonous widow? Not necessarily. Yang Kai lifted his body and without warning he rammed into Shanqing Luo. Chapter 3140. In another room decorated with strange stones, the light was soft. Biluo held her cheeks with both hands, a sad expression on her face. He's back. That guy actually came back. And as soon as he came back, he made the Queen Master cry. How infuriating. Now that he's back, I'm afraid I won't have any chance in the future. But, why don't I feel jealous at all? Instead, I feel happy for the Queen Master and even, I feel a little bit of anticipation. Bai Luo shook her head and discarded the wild thoughts in her mind. Only then did she return to her senses, and she recalled that she'd brought a little guest back with her. Turning his head, he saw the little girl sitting on the other side of the table, motionless. She was so quiet that it didn't seem right. Her clear black and white eyes were clear, like a clear spring. He didn't know what she was looking at, her eyes were unfocused. What an exquisite child. She wondered who that man had given birth to her with. He was really good at giving birth. Feeling embarrassed to leave her out, Biluo squeezed out a smile and rummaged through her space ring for a while before finding some berry-like things and placing them in front of her. Try it, it's very sweet. Lu Yen lowered her head to look at the spirit fruit, then looked up at her and said seriously, I'm not a child. Biluo chuckled and reached out to pat her head. A child will always be a child, why don't you admit it? Lu Yen shook her hand away in annoyance and said angrily, if you keep acting like this, I won't be so polite to you. Although she tried her best to make an angry expression, her figure at such a young age, coupled with her delicate face, was even more irresistible. Biluo said, you're young but your temper is quite big. Okay, I won't touch you. Lu Yen moved her body and sat behind the chair, her whole body almost sinking into it. Biluo tried to find a topic to talk about. Is your father good to you? He's not my father. Hey, didn't you just call him father? Why are you going back on your words in the blink of an eye? Oh, I understand now. You must be feeling indignant for your mother. You are indeed a little mischievous. However, this is useless. Your father has several women. The Queen Master is just one of them. Suddenly, he felt that it was ridiculous to discuss this topic with a little girl. He quickly stopped the topic. How old are you this year? What's your name? Where is your mother? How did your parents know each other? The woman's heart for gossip was burning fiercely. She comforted herself by telling herself that she was helping the Master Queen to gather information about the enemy, so that she could know herself and know her enemy. Lu Yen slowly turned his head and stared at her quietly. Biluo asked, is there something on my face? You're so annoying. Can you shut up? Biluo blinked. He was actually reprimanded by a little girl. She couldn't believe her ears, and her face immediately turned red. You are restless. Do you want to know what they are doing? Lu Yen asked. Of course not. Biluo's face turned even redder, as if she had been exposed. Lu Yan's ears twitched. He listened carefully and then said, oh, it's very intense. Your Master Queen is indeed very relaxed. This posture is very interesting. You. Biluo jumped up from the chair and looked at Lu Yen as if she had seen a ghost. Her beautiful eyes were wide and round. Was this still something a child should say? She could guess what those two people were doing in the side room even if she used her toes to think. She actually assumed a posture of eavesdropping and even said what posture? Even if a little mischievous person was a little mischievous, Biluo felt that her moral bottom line had been greatly impacted and was showing signs of collapse. Lu Yen stretched out his hands and grabbed in the air. What are you doing now? Biluo asked suspiciously. Lu Yen said, he caught your Master Queen like this and now your Master Queen is like this. As she spoke, her little head swayed and her beautiful hair fluttered. Biluo suddenly opened her mouth wide, as if someone had cast a spell on her, and she was frozen in place. Did she have to describe it so vividly? It was as if she had seen it with her own eyes. After hearing what she said, Biluo could even imagine the scene in the side room. However, when she described it, she was so serious and serious, which added a sense of strangeness. Involuntarily, Biluo felt a chill all over her body. This child is a little too strange. Does she know about Yangkai? Or is there a prehistoric monster hidden in her small body? How could there be such a child in this world? Suddenly, he recovered and pursed his lips into a smile. What are you talking about? He was almost frightened by her. The Queen Master's side room was covered with layers of barriers, and even he, a first-order origin king, could not pry into it, so how could a little girl do that? If you don't believe me, then forget it. Lu Yen was no longer in the mood to describe and simply lay back in her chair, her two small hands folded on her stomach, her two fingers twirling in circles in boredom. After what happened just now, Biluo did not dare to talk to this child casually, for fear that she would suddenly say something shocking and frighten him. Hey! Lu Yen suddenly spoke. Are you calling me? Biluo turned to look at her. Is there anyone else in the room? Lu Yen looked at him in surprise as if to say, Are you an idiot? Biluo took a deep breath and almost could not hold back the urge to rush up and strangle her. How could such a beautiful little girl speak so infuriatingly? Although it was said that one could not judge a book by its cover, this contrast was too great. Forcing a smile, he tried to calm down and said, My name is Biluo, you can call me Aunt Biluo or Elder Sister Biluo. I know your name, you don't need to say that to me. Endure, endure. After all, she was Yang Kai's daughter. If he really strangled her to death, it would be difficult to explain to Yang Kai and the Queen Master. Do you want to sleep? You can sleep here. Lu Yen raised a finger and shook it. Don't speculate about other people's thoughts. What the hell do you want to do? His previous good impression of this little girl was completely gone. This beautiful and clean skin was definitely hiding a demon. Sure enough, dragons gave birth to dragons, phoenixes gave birth to phoenixes, and the son of a mouse knew how to dig holes. Since she was Yang Kai's daughter, how could she be good? Tell me about the situation on your side. Situation? Biluo looked at her in surprise. What situation? Lu Yen said, Your formation here is wide open and heavily guarded. Obviously, you are guarding against some enemy. Tell me about your enemy. Why are you asking this? Biluo was really helpless. Moreover, there were many strange patterns on their faces, which were full of the strong charm of a foreign territory. Biluo knew that those patterns were monster beast patterns. The disciples of the 10,000 Beasts Mansion were based on beast taming. Every time they successfully tamed a monster beast, one more monster beast pattern would appear on their body. The monster beast pattern was their most obvious characteristic, and it was also the hub that connected them with the monster beast. The more monster beast patterns one had, the stronger they were, and the more monster beasts they could tame. The more than a dozen origin returning realm cultivators formed a human wall. They didn't intend to make way and just looked at Biluo provocatively. The more than a dozen monster beasts roared in a low voice, as if they had sensed the intention of their master, and assumed a predatory posture. Biluo stopped and swept her gaze over the faces of the dozen people with a smile. Then her face turned cold and she shouted, Get lost! With a wave of her hand, a gust of wind blew, and the dozen people blocking the way were blown away. The monster beast also retreated to the sides. The dozen people were stunned. They never thought that this woman would dare to intrude into the 10,000 Beasts Mansion in the middle of the night and be so presumptuous. They were all stunned for a moment. Finally, they remembered that this woman was an Origin King realm cultivator. She wasn't someone they could contend with. Biluo went straight in and no one dared to stop her. It was as if there was no one around, and this beautiful woman was now majestic. After entering the main hall, a burst of music entered her ears. The interior was brightly lit, and in the spacious hall, a group of young women were singing and dancing. They were all dressed in gauze, and their beauty was faintly discernible, causing one's imagination to run wild. Men and women, tall and short, fat and thin cultivator were sitting on either side of the hall. In front of each of them was a small table filled with delicious delicacies and fine nectar. Each of these figures was giving off the aura of an Origin King. It seemed like a banquet was being held in the 10,000 Beasts Mansion tonight. Biluo was stunned and her heart sank. This time it was really over. The masters of the 10,000 Beasts Mansion were gathered here, and if she couldn't think of a good excuse, she definitely wouldn't be able to leave this place. With so many pairs of eyes focused on her, Biluo suddenly felt a little suffocated, as if a mountain was pressing down on her chest. Hurriedly pushing her Saint Chi to resist, she felt a little better. Looking straight ahead, Yang Ling focused her attention on the burly man sitting at the head of the group. This burly man had the waist of a bear and the back of a tiger, and he was as strong as an iron tower. He wore an animal skin shirt that wasn't buttoned up, exposing his chest and breasts, giving him an extremely bold and unrestrained appearance. He was reclining on an unknown animal skin with a warm fragrance in his arms, one hand supporting his head while the other gently tapped his thigh to the rhythm of the music. When Biluo walked in, he didn't open his eyes, and even when Biluo stood below him, he didn't seem to notice. He was like a sleeping lion, exuding an awe-inspiring and inviolable aura from head to toe. Biluo naturally recognized him. He was the manor master of the 10,000 Beasts Mansion, Huang Tudao, and the culprit behind the disaster on Monster Star. Shanqing Luo had fought with him several times and was evenly matched. This was a third-order origin king master. The dancers were still dancing and the music continued. Tonight's banquet was not interrupted by Biluo's arrival, and only the masters of the 10,000 Beasts Mansion who were seated around still looked at Biluo with playful eyes. The Thousands Beasts Villa was finished. This time it was really uprooted. Although she didn't know what the Thousands Beasts Villa was celebrating tonight and why so many masters gathered together, now it seemed that this was a very wrong decision, which gave Lu Yen a chance to wipe them all out. Until now, Biluo had some hindsight. No wonder the little girl insisted that she take her to the Thousands Beasts Villa. No wonder she was not afraid at all. Instead, she repeatedly spoke arrogantly in the hall. With such a powerful strength, what did she need to be afraid of? When the cold wind blew, Biluo's chaotic thoughts became a little clearer. She returned to the hall in a daze, only to see Lu Yen sitting quietly in the seat where Huang Tudao had sat before, yawning casually, looking bored. The corners of Biluo's eyes twitched fiercely. 3 days later, Yang Kai painstakingly pulled his arm out from under Shan Qingluo's body, but he didn't want to be entangled by her again like an octopus. Reaching out, Yang Kai patted her on the back, leaving behind a bright red palm print. Still not full? Yang Kai asked. Shan Qingluo narrowed her blurred eyes and said lazily, "Am I such a difficult person to satisfy?" Yang Kai said curiously, "Aren't you?" These 3 days were very short. The Queen Master seemed to want to make up for all the decades she had lost. She repeatedly took the initiative to seek pleasure, looking like she wanted to squeeze Yang Kai dry. The result was naturally that she was not as good as him and was defeated every time. Yang Kai's cultivation was now 2 great realms higher than hers, and he also had a half-dragon body. How could she withstand his punitive expedition? However, she became braver with every setback, which made Yang Kai very happy for a few days. She and Su Yen were simply 2 extremes. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Shan Qingluo glared at him and pinched him fiercely. Yang Kai smiled and covered her flat belly with his big hand. "If you strangle me to death, the child in my belly will have no father." Shan Qingluo's eyes suddenly widened as she whispered, "Child?" Reaching out, she touched her belly. "And maybe there's already a child in her belly right now. If that's the case, in the future he won't be around." She turned over and sat on top of him, her hair falling down and covering the boundless spring scenery in front of her chest. Shan Qingluo pursed her lips and said, "Give me more, this time I must get pregnant." Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I just said it casually. You took it seriously. You dare not take back the words you said." Shan Qingluo reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's neck with a fierce expression. Yang Kai said, "How would I dare? It's just that someone is looking for you now." He pointed to the door. "Who is it?" Shan Qingluo frowned. "I don't want to see them." "You show." Yang Kai smiled lightly. Qiyu had adopted an adopted son and an adopted daughter. The adopted daughter was naturally Shan Qingluo while the adopted son was Yu Xiong. He and Shan Qingluo called each other brother and sister. When Yang Kai came to Monster Star, he had dealt with Yu Xiong and was an extremely forthright man, so he was no stranger to him. Hearing that it was Yu Xiong who came to see her, Shan Qingluo naturally couldn't refuse and could only get up and dress. A moment later, the door opened and Yu Xiong's voice immediately heard, "Biluo, go away, I have something important to tell little sister. Do you dare stop me?" Biluo hurriedly said, "Master, it's not convenient for Queen Master to see guests right now. Please wait a moment, I'll go inform her. Yu Xiong angrily shouted, what's not convenient for her to see guests? Just as he was arguing, the door opened and Yu Xiong immediately pushed aside Biluo to greet the newcomer. At first glance, he saw Shan Qingluo's radiant face and could not help feeling stunned, swallowing the words he was about to say. Looking up again though, he saw Yang Kai walking out from behind Shan Qingluo. It's you, you little bastard. Yu Xiong's brow rose as he threw a punch at Yang Kai and shouted, boy, hand over your life. Shan Qingluo dodged to the side and watched with a smile. She was not worried that Yang Kai would suffer a loss, nor was she worried that Yang Kai would hurt Yu Xiong, so she had no intention of intervening. Yang Kai was not familiar with him, but they had met once when he came to Water Moon Star. This person was the Supreme Elder of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Strictly speaking, he was AIO's senior, so naturally he was Yang Kai's senior. AIO left Star Territory with Yang Kai and went to the Star Boundary. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's huge foundation was handed over to Shuiyu to manage, while Long Tianshang stayed behind to stabilize the overall situation. In fact, in terms of strength, he could have left Star Territory with Yang Kai, but he had dedicated his life to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, so he could not cut off his feelings for it, so he simply stayed behind to act as a protective umbrella for Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Who would have thought that when they met again several decades later, he would be refined into a heavenly corpse, deprived of his freedom and enslaved? It was only because he met Yang Kai that he was able to awaken him for a moment. No one else could have such an ability. You are little brat Yang. Long Tianshang's thoughts gradually became clear as he remembered some fragments of his memories. Naturally, he had a deep impression of Yang Kai, Shuiyu's husband. Yang Kai quickly said, Senior Long, we don't have much time. I want to know what happened to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. What happened to Shuiyu? The last question was what he was most concerned about. If Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was gone, then it was gone. AIO was now in the Star Boundary, so he did not put a trivial Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce in his eyes. The key was Shuiyu, so he had to be careful. However, even with Long Tianshang's cultivation, he had been refined into a heavenly corpse by Netherworld sect. So how could Yang Kai not be worried about the safety of Shuiyu? Shuiyu. Long Tianshang murmured hoarsely as more memories emerged. He looked down at his hands and said sadly, so it's like this? Finally remembering his situation, he sorted out his thoughts and words and said, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce is gone, and Shuiyu? When Water Moon Star fell, I covered for them to escape. As for where they are now, I don't know. All his memories stopped at the shocking battle that day. He had stalled the Netherworld sect and more than a dozen battleships in the territory of Great Desolate Star by himself, but in the end he was exhausted and captured, then refined into his current appearance. Yang Kai raised his brow and asked, Did Shuiyu escape? This was a blessing in disguise. Although he did not know whether Shuiyu was safe or not, at least there was hope. Yang Kai could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Have you seen this woman? Lu Yen squatted in front of the thin and tall man from Netherworld sect. A cluster of flames flickered in her palm, then transformed into the image of a valiant woman. Although it was formed from flames, it was vivid and lifelike, showing her outstanding talent in controlling fire. She had refined the fire phoenix source, so controlling fire was naturally her specialty. Her tone was calm and soft, but in the ears of the thin and tall man, it was like a soul-stirring sound, causing him to shiver and shake his head repeatedly. No, I've never seen her before. Haha. Lu Yen smiled insincerely as another cluster of flames flew out, turned into a fire snake, and wrapped around the thin and tall man. It opened its big mouth and floated above the thin and tall man's head, hissing as if it would swallow him at any time. This flame could easily burn several powerful refined corpses, but at this moment, it seemed as if it had no temperature and did not cause the thin and tall man any harm. You said you've never seen her before? Although I'm young, you can't lie to me. The thin and tall man raised his eyes and glanced at the figure formed from flames. You'd better answer honestly. It was better to take advantage of this time to kill some cultivator on Great Desolation Star's territory and teach them the consequences of offending someone they should not offend. After observing for a moment, Yang Kai leaped and rushed towards Tongxian realm. He stared at the largest, black dot, in the stars in front of him and let the gravity of the earth pull him down. Lu Yin followed closely behind. Her movements were neither fast nor slow, but she was not slower than Yang Kai in the slightest. A moment later, the two of them rushed into the atmosphere, and the surrounding aura caused Yang Kai's brow to wrinkle. It was unpleasant and pungent, but with his powerful physique, he was able to ignore this kind of effect. However, if an ordinary cultivator were to be wrapped in this kind of aura, it wouldn't be long before their mind would be affected and they would become a walking corpse. Previously, when he was observing in Starfield, he only felt that the situation on Tongxian realm was not optimistic. Now that he rushed into the territory covered by these black dots, he found that the situation was worse than he thought. He did not know what these black dots were, but they made him feel like he had entered purgatory. The wind whistled in his ears and Yang Kai's clothes flapped loudly. His black hair was blown by the strong wind and fluttered behind his head. At this moment he was like a meteor falling from the sky, piercing through the void and falling towards the earth. His amazing speed made his body friction with the air and ignited a burst of fire. If one looked up from the ground, it was like a meteor was really falling, a spectacular sight. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Yang Kai raised his hand, opened it into a palm, bent his arm and slowly pushed it down. An incomparably huge palm print suddenly took shape in front of him, covering the ground together with him. Moreover, as the distance between them closed, the palm print grew bigger and bigger, as if it could cover the sky and cover the earth. Among the black dots below, in the largest building, an old man with a face full of death chi was meditating. Judging from his clothes, he was a member of the Netherworld sect. Moreover, his cultivation was extremely high at the Third Order Origin King realm. Even in the Netherworld sect, such a cultivation was at least at the level of an elder. Originally, the Netherworld sect did not have so many Third Order Origin Kings. The number of masters they had was about the same as High Heaven sect at its peak, only 3 or 4 at most. However, invading Hengluo Starfield had brought great benefits to the entire Netherworld sect. Whether it was refining the Blood Sea Banner, 10,000 Soul Banner, or Corpse Refinement, they all required living people as raw materials. The more powerful a living person was, the more benefits they would receive. At that time he wouldn't even need to take action to deal with it, as the Star Master would suffer a terrible fate. And without the protection of the Star Master, those hiding rats would be at his mercy. The 8 Desolate Spirit Lock Array was arranged precisely for this purpose. Once this array was formed, the entire Tongxian realm would be sealed off, and this cultivation star would no longer be able to obtain the essence of the star field. It was equivalent to water without a source, a tree without a root. Not only that, this 8 Desolate Spirit Lock Array would also summon the Netherworld sect's eye. At that time, the power of the Netherworld sect would spread throughout the Tongxian realm, turning this place into a paradise for the Netherworld sect and hell for the other cultivator. A few years ago, when he led a group of people to this place, he was intercepted by the Star Master outside the stars. The funny thing was that the crystal cannons of the Netherworld sect's dozen starships fired at the same time and broke through the blockade set up by the Star Master after a dozen rounds. Over the past few years, the cultivator of the Netherworld sect and the other sects on the Great Desolate Stars territory had already traveled all over Tongxian realm. The Star Master was unable to resist at all and could only shelter a small group of people in a small area. Since the Star Master refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, he could only blame himself for not being strong enough. It would not take long, at most half a year, for the 8 desolate spirit lock array to be completely formed. At that time, the Star Master would not be able to resist. Chapter 31:48. Suddenly, a great danger descended from the sky. Along with it, there was also an indescribably terrifying pressure. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on his chest. Xan Xuanming's expression changed as he spat out blood. The place he was in was the 8 desolate array core. Many disciples of the Netherworld sect and other sects within the territory of the Great Desolate Star had gathered here. The security was extremely tight, so he had never thought that someone would launch a sneak attack here. In fact, this was the case. In the past few years, other than when the 8 desolate spirit lock array was being built, those rats had come to harass them for a while, but they had disappeared without a trace. He was extremely relieved to be in retreat here and was only waiting for the day when the spirit array was completed. He would then come out and kill a sea of blood. When he was in closed-door cultivation, his mind was extremely focused, and he couldn't be disturbed in the slightest. However, the enormous pressure that descended from the sky had forcefully dragged him out of that profound state. If it was only like this, then he wouldn't have suffered any injuries. However, the pressure was extremely terrifying, and even he couldn't take it lightly. His figure bent down and he was injured. His eyes were filled with horror as he frantically pushed his Saint Chi and stood up. Resisting the huge pressure, he took a step out of the hall. Looking around, there were miserable cries all around. Countless disciples within the territory of the Great Desolate Star were pressed to the ground. On the ground, there were blobs of red blood that were extremely dazzling. Obviously, these were all spat out by these disciples. Some of the weaker disciples even exploded into a bloody mist on the spot. In just the blink of an eye, over 100 cultivator had died tragically on the spot. Xan Xianming looked up and his pupils shrank. In the sky, a beam of light fell from the sky, and a gigantic palm imprint came crashing down, covering the entire 8 desolation formation eye with some excess. What kind of divine technique is this? Who is dealing with me? Even if Xan Xianming was used to great storms, he still felt a chill run down his spine at this moment. This kind of power was not something an ordinary Origin King Realm cultivator could do. Looking at the entire Tongshen realm, only one person could do this, the Star Master who had been holed up for several years. However, the Star Master was a woman. At this moment, what was imprinted in his eyes was clearly a man's palm. How could this be explained? In a split second there was no time to think. Xan Xianming knew that if he did not resist, the 8 desolation formation eye would be in danger today. With the might of this palm, not to mention how many people would die here, if the 8 desolation formation eye was broken, then all his hard work and perseverance over the past few years would be wasted. As the Netherworld sect's vice-sect master, he could not just sit and wait. With a roar, Yang Kai's seemingly thin body swelled up like a balloon, his clothes fluttering wildly as a spirit array suddenly appeared in his hand. Forming a series of seals with his other hand, Yang Kai madly poured his Saint Chi into it. The 8 desolate spirit lock array was a shocking array that was formed by 8 subarrays. Each subarray could operate independently. The place where Xan Xianming was overseeing was the eye of the array. It was much more powerful than the other 7 subarrays. The array disc in his hand was what controlled this array core. As soon as he activated the 8 desolate array core, Yang Kai, who was diving down from the sky, let out a soft cry of surprise. The huge ink spot below suddenly twisted and wriggled. Then thick black chi gathered together and turned into a ghost hand. The ghost hand formed a claw and stabbed towards the sky. Blood flowed freely as he sat on the ground and looked around in horror. Although his cultivation was the highest here and he was the strongest, he was the one who presided over the array core. He thought that he could compete with Yang Kai with the 8 desolate array core, but he did not expect to underestimate the other party's methods. After the 8 desolate array core was broken, the pressure he suffered was much greater than the others. His end was also the most miserable. Even the array disc in his hand had exploded, leaving him covered in dust. The other Origin Kings were also seriously injured at this moment, but they did not fall into his situation. Who was it? How could there be someone with such shocking methods in this world? Breaking the 8 desolate array core with a single palm was simply too incredible. Seemingly aware of something, Xan Xianming looked up and saw a handsome young man slowly floating down from the sky. He stood in midair and looked down. Is it this person? Xan Xianming released his divine sense and found that he could not detect the depth of this person's cultivation. Immediately after, a 7 or 8-year-old little girl flew down. She was delicate and gave off an unfathomable feeling. Your Excellency, who are you? Xan Xianming endured the piercing pain from his wounds and asked bitterly. Being stared at by this person, he did not even have the desire to escape. He knew that today was not a good day, but even if he died he had to know. At the very least he would know who was attacking them. Perhaps, he could even pass on this news before he died. It seems that I didn't kill the wrong person. Yang Kai ignored him and turned his head to look around. This was the cultivator of Great Desolate Stars territory. Taking a step forward, Yang Kai arrived in front of Xan Xianming and stepped on his chest. Placing his arm on his thigh, Yang Kai leaned down and glared at him. Old dog, I want to ask you about someone's whereabouts. Where is this Star Master? Xan Xianming opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood at Yang Kai. The person who had come was ruthless and merciless. Clearly he was targeting them. Xan Xianming knew that he had no way out today. It would be useless even if he begged for mercy. So, he decided not to waste his time and appeared to be extremely free and easy. Yang Kai waved his hand and the mouthful of blood flew back into Xan Xianming's mouth, only to become extremely hard and shatter his teeth. Grinning, Yang Kai said, You dare spit on me? Old dog, are you tired of living? Xan Xianming sneered, If you want to kill me then kill me. If you want to scrape me then scrape me. Enough talk. Yang Kai sneered, If you want to kill me then kill me? Who do you think you are? This young master won't kill you. If you don't kill this old master, when this old master rises one day, he will make you pay back 100-fold. Xan Xianming shouted. Then this young master will wait. Yang Kai grinned at him, took his big foot off his chest and turned to look at the other Origin King. Behind him, Xan Xianming's eyes flashed with a smug light. This kind of provocation was really useful. Although it was a bit cliché, it often had a miraculous effect, especially when dealing with these young and powerful guys. Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and ridiculed, You're not so naive as to think I'll really spare your life, are you? Xan Xianming's heart jumped and his Saint Qi surged, but before he could do anything, a burst of energy slammed into his forehead, causing his eyes to widen as he died with remaining grievances. Old men who don't die are thieves, sure enough. Yang Kai coldly snorted before turning back to the injured Origin Kings and shouting, All right, who will answer my question now? What's more, what happened back then was already a thing of the past. Now, Zi Wuji needed to rely on Xia Ningchang's protection to survive, so how could he show any hostility to Yang Kai? Yang Kai walked over to Shuiyu, stretched out his hand and wiped her tears, saying softly, Don't cry, I'm back. The tears in her eyes stopped and Shuiyu turned her head away, not letting him touch her as she reached out and wiped the corners of her eyes. Yang Kai was stunned, but in front of so many people, it was not appropriate for him to linger, so he simply waved his hand and said, No need to be so polite. Everyone was lifted into the air, unable to resist at all. Where's Ning Chang? Yang Kai looked at Shuiyu and asked. Xia Ning Chang had led him here, but now he had not shown up, which was a big problem. Coupled with what he had seen before, Yang Kai immediately had a bad feeling in his heart. Shuiyu lowered her eyes and did not answer. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at Meng Wuya. Meng Wuya sighed and slowly shook his head. Yang Kai's face collapsed instantly as all his expectations collapsed and his heart sank, as if it was about to sink into an endless abyss. Come with me, Shuiyu beckoned to him and walked towards the inner hall. Although she had many complaints about him, in the end, how could this matter be blamed on him? She only blamed herself for leading the pursuers here, bringing disaster to Tongxian realm and Xia Ningchang. She was not a woman who would pester endlessly, and her indifference to Yang Kai was not because she resented him, but rather because she felt ashamed to see him. If something really happened to Xiaoning Chang, she would be the culprit. Yang Kai stepped forward to catch up with her and reached out to grab her soft hands. Her small hands were cold as if they had no temperature, and after struggling slightly she could only let him go, not daring to look at him. The figures of the two disappeared, but the outside of the hall was still quiet. The long period of depression and uneasiness had not been alleviated much by the arrival of Yang Kai, because everyone understood that even if Yang Kai's cultivation was heaven-defying and he could drive away the cultivator on Great Desolate Star, the injuries suffered by Xiaoning Chang could not be easily healed. At that moment, another small figure slowly walked over. Meng Wuya let out a soft cry of surprise and looked at her. The next moment he revealed an astonished expression. He discovered that the small figure was actually a 7 or 8-year-old little girl. She was very cute but gave people a very strange feeling. After carefully thinking about it, he immediately understood why it was so strange. No expression. This little girl's face did not have the slightest change of expression, just like an ancient well. It was very strange. In front of the little girl there was a multicolored butterfly fluttering. Chapter 3152. Ning Chang. Xueyu was dumbfounded as she stood rooted to the spot, never having expected such a turn of events. She had thought that it was because of Yang Kai's return, but now it seemed that things were not so simple. Kai Yang sat sideways on the bed, letting Xiaoning Chang lie in his arms. Both of his hands went under her armpits, holding her small hands, and methodically pouring his pure qi into her body. Yang Kai had sealed his cultivation, so although he could only display the strength of a peak origin king, the essence of his Emperor Qi had not changed much. Emperor Qi was 2 levels higher than Source Qi and Saint Qi, so pouring it into Xiaoning Chang's body immediately had a miraculous effect. The 7 black dots that had been slowly spreading across Xiaoning Chang's body slowed down significantly and even showed signs of being suppressed. Even the tumbling black qi around her body stabilized. Yang Kai worked hard for half a quarter of an hour, carefully not daring to relax, but he could only suppress the 7 black dots to the size of a fist. He knew that these black dots were only external manifestations of Xiaoning Chang's body. The most fundamental cause was the cultivator on Great Desolate Star's territory who had tampered with Tongxian realm. If Yang Kai was not wrong, it should be the effect of those Yin-Qi spirit arrays. Tongxian realm was closely related to Xiaoning Chang, so if he wanted to solve Xiaoning Chang's current problem, he must first solve the disaster on Tongxian realm. In other words, unless those spirit arrays were uprooted, it would be impossible to get rid of these black dots. Uprooting those spirit arrays was not difficult, and Yang Kai only needed to make a trip there, but the premise was that he had to stabilize Xiaoning Chang's vitality first. The black qi and black dots that shrouded her body were constantly devouring her vitality and Tongxian realm's vitality, making her extremely weak. Now that they had suddenly erupted, she was immediately hit hard. If Xiaoning Chang's vitality was not stabilized first, she would be in danger of dying. Raising his hand, Yang Kai threw several jade bottles to Xueyu. "Take out some pills and give them to her." Xueyu caught them, opened the caps and poured out some spirit pills. Pinching Xiaoning Chang's small mouth, she stuffed these spirit pills into her mouth before pressing her hand on her chest and slowly guiding her Saint Qi downwards to help her dissolve the medicinal efficacies. However, the effects were minor. However, the effect wasn't great. These spirit pills were only Dao Source grade, so their effects were limited. Yang Kai had many Emperor pills on hand, but with Xiaoning Chang's cultivation he couldn't give her any of them. Otherwise, just one would be enough to cause her body to explode. He slapped his head and scolded himself for being foolish. He had actually forgotten about that thing at such a crucial moment. Immersing his consciousness into the sealed world bead, Yang Kai took out a green leaf a moment later. On this leaf was a drop of milky white juice. This juice was white and flawless, but it contained an unimaginable amount of vitality, as if it wasn't just a drop of juice but a life of its own. The leaf was the same. The leaf was the leaf of the immortal tree, and the sap was also the sap of the immortal tree. Both were extremely precious, and even in the star boundary, they were treasures that would cause countless people to fight for them, but at this moment, they were taken out by Yang Kai without hesitation. If it could resolve Xiaoning Chang's current crisis, Yang Kai would not hesitate to refine the immortal tree. However, Yang Kai had not yet found a way to refine the immortal tree, so a single leaf and a single drop of sap was the limit of what Xia Ningqiang could bear. Pinching open her mouth, Yang Kai put the leaf and the sap into her mouth. Yang Kai raised his hand and gently patted her back, causing the two things to roll into his stomach. Pushing his emperor chi slightly, Yang Kai felt as if he was holding a delicate porcelain, his movements extremely gentle. Any moment of carelessness could cause Xia Ningqiang, who was in his arms, to suffer an accident. The leaf and sap of the immortal tree slowly melted, and the medicinal efficacies of the spirit pills she had taken before also spread out. A faint green light suddenly bloomed from Xia Ningqiang's body and merged with the black qi, diluting it. Seeing this, Shuiyu wept with joy. Although she did not know what method Yang Kai had used or what he had given Xia Ningqiang, the scene before her undoubtedly showed that Xia Ningqiang was getting better. Sure enough, it was impossible to live without a man at home. Shuiyu could not help much at the moment, so she could only constantly call out Xia Ningqiang's name, hoping to wake her up. The green light gradually became stronger, and the exhausted vitality gradually recovered. The black qi that shrouded Xia Ningqiang's body was suppressed, and the two colors intertwined on her body, gradually reaching a balance. The effects of the immortal tree were extremely powerful. If it were anyone else, even if they were on the verge of death or seriously injured, they would still be alive and kicking at this moment, but Xia Ningqiang's situation was different. The root of the problem was that the immortal tree had not been able to solve the root of the problem. With a moan, Xia Ningqiang's eyelashes trembled. Soon after, her eyes slowly opened to a slit. Shuiyu whispered, "Ningqiang, Ningqiang." Elder sister. Xia Ningqiang's eyes were a little dazed, but after seeing Shuiyu's appearance, her mind gradually returned to normal. But soon, she felt herself lying in a spacious and comfortable embrace, and her mouth and nose were filled with a longing scent. Leaning her head back and resting it on Yang Kai's shoulder, Xia Ningqiang looked at the side of his face and smiled bitterly, "Junior brother." She did not want to see him, but in the end he still saw her like this, so it must be very, very ugly. "Call me husband." Yang Kai gently touched her with his forehead. Xia Ningqiang's pale face turned slightly red, but it disappeared in a flash as she lowered her head and softly called out. Yang Kai laughed, "It's fine if Su Yin calls me junior brother, but everyone can't call me that. For better or worse, this husband is the head of the family, where will I put my face in the future?" He turned his head to look at Shuiyu and asked, "What about you?" Shuiyu shyly said, "You save Ningqiang first." Xia Ningqiang said, "I feel much better." After a few words, her complexion improved a lot, and even her voice became louder. She no longer felt as uncomfortable as before. Wrapped in the green light, her whole body felt warm and comfortable. She wished she could lie in this man's arms until the end of time. The other masters on Great Desolate Star's territory seemed to have received some kind of order and quickly distanced themselves from their opponents, one of them even diving deep into the sword net created by Hu Jiao Air and the old demon to pull his companion out. Third Elder stood high up in the sky, his face filled with anger as a sinister grin appeared on his face. Behind him, the dozen or so starships lined up in a row, their crystal cannons flashing white light as they aimed directly at the Nine Heavens Holy Land cultivators. Escaping was just a pretense. Their biggest goal was to lure the snake out of its hole. And now it seemed that this goal had been achieved. The well-prepared starships only needed a single round of fire to blast this group of Nine Heavens Holy Land cultivators to smithereens. Victory was in sight, but Third Elder's heart still palpitated slightly as he felt that something was wrong, making him extremely uneasy. His eyes swept across the crowd, but he did not see any strange faces worthy of attention. Who was it that broke the 8 desolate array core and killed the Vice-Sect Master? Oh no. Meng Wuya shouted in a low voice, his face turning pale. The dozen or so starships lined up in a row were like vicious beasts that would devour a person without spitting out the bones, giving off a strong sense of pressure. When the crystal cannons flashed, a great sense of crisis filled everyone's hearts. Purple Star had suffered one blow after another since several decades ago, so it was likely they would never be able to turn things around again. Although Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's current situation was not good, its foundation was still there. As long as it could recover those cultivation stars, there would always be a day for it to make a comeback. Little senior sister, you should rest. Yang Kai held Xia Ningchang's soft hand and put her down without any explanation. Xia Ningchang showed a helpless look and could only let him do as he wished, her cold little hand holding Yang Kai's hand tightly, as if he would disappear if she let go. Her red lips squirmed, but before she could speak, Yang Kai said, "I'll stay here with you, I won't go anywhere." Xia Ningchang nodded before closing her eyes. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Shuiyu before opening his other hand with a smile. Shuiyu gave him a disgruntled look before walking up valiantly and leaning into his arms. Lu Yen pursed his lips and walked out unwillingly, but he still closed the door very softly. Shuiyu showed a look of pleasant surprise and looked up at him. "If I do well, will there be a reward?" Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Shuiyu's face reddened and she lowered her head and whispered, "You only know how to play dirty tricks. Ning Chang is one of your people, so how can you ask me for a reward? It's really unreasonable." She pouted. "Then what kind of reward do you want?" Yang Kai reached out and tapped her red lips. Shuiyu glared at him, but took the initiative to straighten up and press her lips against his. After a while, Shuiyu suddenly reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's hand that was wandering under her clothes. She slowly shook her head. Xia Ningchang was still sleeping next to her, so how could she be so presumptuous? Yang Kai also didn't force her. He knew that she wasn't in the mood right now, so he pulled her into his arms and enjoyed this moment of peace. Xia Ningchang slept for 5 days and didn't wake up until 5 days later. Seeing Yang Kai sitting next to her in the same position as before, as if she hadn't moved at all these days, Xia Ningchang suddenly felt distressed and somewhat guilty. After 5 days of rest, her spirit had improved, but her problem had not been solved. The two auras in her body were entangled, one green and one black, but it was obvious that the green aura had the upper hand. She only needed to wait a few more days for the black aura to disappear. She didn't need to worry about her own problems, the only thing she needed to worry about now was Tongxian realm. However, over the past few days, Yang Kai had thought about a lot of things and had already come up with a plan. The reason why he hadn't acted immediately was because he wanted to wait for her to wake up, so she wouldn't be disappointed when she didn't see him. After spending some time with her, Yang Kai told Shuiyu to take care of her, then got up and walked out. Opening the door, Yang Kai turned his head and saw Lu Yen squatting beside him. After greeting her, the two of them walked out together. The hall was still crowded with people. A few days ago they had killed the invading enemy, so the excitement had not yet dissipated. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Meng Wuya and the old demon immediately came forward to greet him. "How is Ningchang?" Meng Wuya asked. "Don't worry, little senior sister's condition is very stable. Over time, her situation will get better and better." Hearing this, Meng Wuya breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Kai looked around, glancing at all the familiar and unfamiliar faces before cupping his fists and saying, "Many thanks for your help over the years." Meng Wuya laughed and scolded, "Smelly brat, don't treat us like outsiders." Yang Kai said seriously, "Although Tongxian realm's crisis has been resolved, the situation in the entire star territory is still not optimistic, so there may be areas where I will need your help in the future." When the day comes that all the enemies in Tongxian territory have been swept clean, this junior will hold a banquet to celebrate. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell into contemplation. They had been trapped in Tongxian realm for the past few years, so they didn't know much about the situation in the outside world, but they could imagine that the outside world wasn't very good either. "So, I ask you all to hurry up and cultivate, perhaps, we will soon begin a new expedition." Saying so, Yang Kai threw a space ring to Meng Wuya. Meng Wuya caught it and swept it with his divine sense, immediately showing a look of shock. The space ring was filled with a variety of cultivation materials, and these things were obviously extremely precious, many of which Meng Wuya had never seen or heard of before. Although Meng Wuya hadn't examined them carefully, such a huge amount of materials was enough for thousands of people to use for several years. With the help of these materials, everyone's strength would definitely usher in a glorious period in a short time. I'll have to trouble Senior Meng to distribute these things. Next, I will open a communication channel between this place and the outside world. When the time comes, we will be able to connect Water Moon Star, Monster Star, and Shadowed Star. 1 month, you only have 1 month. After 1 month, I ask you all to follow me out. Nine Heavens Holy Land also had a space array arranged by Yang Kai, and together with Lu Yin, Yang Kai quickly modified and upgraded this space array to connect to the outside world. After instructing Lu Yin to stay behind, Yang Kai stood on the space array and activated its power. After a flash of light, he disappeared. On Water Moon Star, Yang Kai's figure appeared in the main hall and saw a young girl sitting cross-legged with a lot of source crystals piled up around her. She seemed to be cultivating. The young girl obviously felt something and hurriedly opened her eyes, raised her head and called out in surprise, "Lord Yang. Yuqin, are you alone?" Yang Kai smiled at her. The young girl was Lu Sanyang's daughter, Lu Yuqin. Although her cultivation was nothing in the star boundary, in the territory of this side of the star, it was quite good. Staying here to guard the space array would ensure that it would not be destroyed and robbed. Lu Yuqin was obviously much more cheerful than before, her small face flushed as she nodded. "Mother said that this space array is very important to Lord Yang and told me to stay here and not let anyone get close." "Where are your parents now?" Yang Kai asked. Lu Yuqin said, "They are in the city." Saying so, she pouted, "They are ignoring me." Yang Kai laughed, "They are reunited after a long separation, so it's inevitable that they are a bit lovey-dovey." Lu Yuqin snorted, "They stick together all day long, so annoying." Although she said so, she obviously did not blame them. On Dragon Island, she and Lu Sanyang depended on each other for survival and suffered all kinds of bullying. Now that Li Jiao was by their side and taking care of them, Lu Yuqin was also happy to see this, so how could she blame them? "Okay, you cultivate carefully, I will go find your parents," Yang Kai said and released his divine sense slightly, immediately determining the location of Li Jiao and the others. In a hall somewhere in the city, Li Jiao, Lu Sanyang, Ruan Baiting, and He Yunxiang were gathered together. In addition, there were many unfamiliar faces, but all of them were origin kings. These people looked at Li Jiao and the others, especially Li Jiao, with eyes full of admiration and worship. There were quite a lot of people, more than a dozen. They seemed to be discussing something as Li Jiao sat at the head of the table, bored and absent-minded. At that time, Yang Kai only had a vague plan in his mind, which was to refine this star and become the master of this star territory. At that time, he would be able to control the power of the entire star territory and replenish Tongxian Realm's nutrients, upgrading it to a star like Shadowed Star and Water Moon Star. Now it seemed that he had been too naive. Is it still not possible? A clear and melodious voice came from beside him. Yang Kai opened his eyes and pulled Lu Yin into his arms, continuing to support his cheek with his hand. "I have an idea, but I don't know if it will work." Lu Yin looked up at him, reached out and stroked the hard stubble on his chin and said softly, "If you have an idea, try it. There's nothing to lose." "That's exactly what I was thinking." Yang Kai nodded, got up and asked, "How long until they gather here?" "About 10 days before the agreed time. 10 days should be enough. You stay here and let me know if there's any news. I'll try this new idea." "Okay," Lu Yin nodded. Yang Kai stomped his feet and shot up into the sky like an arrow, quickly disappearing. Entering the star field, Yang Kai flew forward aimlessly, neither too fast nor too slow. As he flew, he circulated his emperor chi, leaving his aura along the way. At the same time, according to the star in his knowledge sea, he delineated an area that was neither too big nor too small. With the star as a reference, Yang Kai was not worried about getting the location wrong. He kept flying around this area as if he was drawing a circle, and the circle was filled with his aura. 5 days later, Yang Kai came to the center of this circle and suddenly stood still, closing his eyes. Immersing his knowledge sea, Yang Kai silently probed the star. Suddenly, his body shook as a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. He clearly felt an unusual area in the star in his knowledge sea, and this area was exactly where he had spent the past few days leaving his aura. There's hope. Perhaps the direction he had been trying for the past 6 months was wrong. If this method worked, it meant that refining the star territory star source was completely different from refining the star source. Previously, he had been trying to refine the star source by directly attacking the star atlas in his sea of consciousness, but it didn't have the slightest effect. Now, it seemed that the way to go was from shallow to deep, from the outside to the inside. What method should he use to refine it? Apart from the star refining art, there was no other cultivation method. Making up his mind, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and immediately urged the star refining art, immersing his mind into the special area in the star. In an instant, Yang Kai suddenly had a wonderful feeling, as if his whole mind had spread out and filled the places he had been in the past 5 days, closely connecting his aura to the places he had been. Even without opening his eyes, he could see everything that was happening in this area, down to the tiniest detail. Slowly operating the star refining art, his mind left a brand in a certain area of the star, gradually changing the color of this area. There were no grand waves, nor were there any ups and downs. Everything seemed so calm and natural. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and laughed. He had actually found the right method to refine the star refining art on the spot. In his knowledge sea, the color of the small area in the star seemed to be somewhat different from other places, and in the corresponding star field, there was also a special area. Yang Kai didn't use any of his strength, simply changing his mind, and then his figure constantly flickered within this area, leaving behind afterimages, as if there were countless of him existing at the same time. This was a special star field, a star field that belonged to Yang Kai. In this area, just like on Shadowed Star, he could dominate everything. The sword master's sword heart was resolute, and he would rather break than bend, not to mention a peerless sword master like Jianghu. If someone else dared to show even the slightest disrespect to him, Jianghu would have cut them down with his sword and let them have a taste of his own power. However, against this old Ying, Jianghu wasn't sure he could win. What's more, although he was dissatisfied with old Ying's condescending attitude, he didn't want to become an enemy of Netherworld sect. Over the past dozen years he had witnessed the strength of Netherworld sect, and if they really fought, this abandoned lair wouldn't be able to resist Netherworld sect's attack. Hearing this, Jianghu quickly said, "There is no useful information. The people in Noble Star's territory died too quickly, so no useful information was passed on." Old Ying said, "It's impossible that there is no clue at all, right? In recent months, the territory of Great Desolate Star had suffered heavy casualties. More than half of the results of the invasion over the past dozen years had been destroyed. They had lost contact with many stars such as Monster Star, Shadowed Star, Water Moon Star, Green Mountain Star. He didn't care about the life or death of the cultivator of the other great forces, but he cared about the situation of the Netherworld sect disciples. What frightened him the most was that he had lost contact with Tongxian realm. One had to know that there was a vice sect master on the other side, and his cultivation was on par with old Ying's. There was also the assistance of 4 other third-order origin kings. With such a lineup, how could Hung Luo Starfield resist, let alone destroy them? Perhaps there was a small accident on the other side that caused the connection to be cut off. But when this conjecture appeared, Old Ying couldn't convince himself. He instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it, so he asked Jianghu to send someone to inquire about the situation. In the end he got such an answer which made him quite unhappy. There are indeed no clues. If Old Ying doesn't believe me, you can send someone to investigate, Jianghu replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Unlike Galaxy Ridge's submission to Great Desolate Star's territory, He chose the path of cooperation. He cooperated with Great Desolate Star's territory to destroy Sword Union and take revenge for the blood feud of the past. In terms of the results, the cooperation was not bad. Sword Union was indeed destroyed, and some of the cultivation stars in its possession fell into the hands of the cultivator on Great Desolate Star. Sword Union fell apart, and only the young Union Master escaped the disaster and went to Tongxian Realm to seek refuge. However, Tongxian Realm was also in a precarious situation. At this time the Galaxy Ridge should have also made their move. They were led by Su Yan, so the Galaxy Ridge shouldn't be able to cause any trouble. At the same time, Yang Kai had sent Li Jiao and his family to guard the passage between the two planets. The Great Desolate Star's territory wouldn't be able to get any reinforcements from there, let alone escape from the Hung Luo star field. The reason why Yang Kai had waited here for 10 days was mainly because he wanted to capture all of Abandoned Lair in one fell swoop, not letting a single enemy escape. He and Lu Yen could certainly rampage through this place, but Abandoned Lair was too large, and if they didn't have a corresponding number of helpers, there would definitely be some fish that escaped the net. Now it was different. Of the two strongest people in Abandoned Lair, one was dead and the other was injured. The entire Abandoned Lair was surrounded by his own people. It was impossible for the Great Desolate Star's territory and the Star Pirates to escape. The sounds of fighting continued. Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at Jiang Shuesong, a trace of disgust flashing in his eyes. If you have any useful information, tell me and I'll give you a quick death. Using the war between the cultivator and the territory of the two stars to create chaos in the Hung Luo star field and affect the situation in the Hung Luo star field. Only in this way could the star's territory source be revealed. At that time, as long as the old man found the source of the star's territory, the person on the other side of the darkness could devour and refine it. Once he succeeded in refining the source of the Hung Luo star field, the territory of the two stars would really be integrated and there would be no distinction between them. At that time, that person would be the master of the territory of the two stars, and his strength would also rise with the tide. The method was not very clever, but it was extremely effective. If Yang Kai had not returned to the star's territory, he was afraid that at this moment he would have succeeded. At that time, the Hung Luo star field would definitely become a vassal of the great desolate star's territory. This old man doesn't know the purpose of that master. The Netherworld sect master lowered his eyebrows and eyes. Is that so? Yang Kai smiled at him meaningfully, which made the Netherworld sect master's heart skip a beat. Forget it. Come with me. Yang Kai said this and stood up. With one hand holding the old man's collar, he took a few steps and was already in the star field. Master, please spare my life. The old man shouted, his face full of fear. Previously, when he faced that strange little girl, he had a feeling that he was no match for her, but he did not expect that after facing Yang Kai, he would understand that he could not even think of resisting. This was the power of the master of the star's territory. He did not think that Yang Kai's strength was much stronger than his. The reason why he could control him so easily was all because of the recognition of the source of the star's territory. If he also had such an opportunity, why are you shouting? Yang Kai slapped the back of his head. Chapter 3178. The process of devouring not only made Yang Kai happy, but also the whole Hung Luo star field. The world had its own will, so it could naturally feel that Yang Kai's actions could bring it benefits. As time passed, the speed of the devouring became faster and faster. Even though Wu Heng tried his best to stop it, it was useless. He could only watch his territory disappear, and his heart was filled with grief. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly had another idea. While maintaining the devouring of the star territory, he considered the feasibility of this idea. The more he thought about it, the better he felt. He couldn't help but give himself 100 likes. He opened his eyes and looked at the Dharmakaya. When he was refining and devouring, the Dharmakaya had been guarding beside him. At this moment, when they looked at each other, the Dharmakaya immediately understood what he was thinking. He nodded slightly, raised his hand and opened his palm to Yang Kai. Yang Kai activated the origin of the star territory and forced it out of his sense of perception. The bright star, which had shrunk countless times, appeared in his palm, blooming with dazzling light. The Dharmakaya took it, swallowed it and sat cross-legged in the star field. After a long time, he opened his eyes and nodded at Yang Kai, indicating that everything was going well. At this moment, the Dharmakaya had temporarily replaced Yang Kai as the master of the Hung Luo star field. Only the Dharmakaya could be accepted by the origin of the star territory so easily. If it were others, they would not be able to do it at all. They were afraid that the moment they swallowed the star, they would be devoured and killed. After all, strictly speaking, the Dharmakeya's mind was transformed by Yang Kai's avatar. The two came from the same source and had the same breath. Naturally, the origin of the star territory would not be rejected too much. In addition, during this period of devouring and refining, the origin of the star territory had also tasted the benefits. It was even more reasonable for the Dharmakaya to temporarily become the master of the star territory. On the other hand, as the Dharmakaya had been practicing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor technique for many years, his understanding and application of the technique was far superior to Yang Kai's. Needless to say, the efficiency of using the Dharmakaya to devour and refine the star's origin was much better than that of Yang Kai. With his hands empty, Yang Kai turned his head and looked into the darkness. He grinned and said, "Wu Heng, I'm coming." Although Yang Kai had vented his anger by devouring and refining the territory of the Great Desolate Star, it did not cause much harm to him. He might have to wait until he had completely refined the entire territory of the Great Desolate Star before he could hurt him. Yang Kai didn't have that much time to waste on him. If he said he would beat him until his mother couldn't recognize him, then he would beat him until his mother couldn't recognize him. This kind of confrontation across the realm wall, even if he had the upper hand, couldn't let him experience the feeling of satisfaction. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Yang Kai was going to rush into that dragon's pool and tiger's den again. But this time was different from last time. Last time, in order to save Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang, Yang Kai immediately retreated. This time he was going to turn the territory of the Great Desolate Star upside down. Of course, another reason was that Yang Kai had to find a way to repair the small sealed world. As the saying goes, wool comes from a sheep's back. The small sealed world was damaged because of Wu Heng, so naturally he had to find a way to repair it. There was definitely no shortage of materials to repair the small sealed world in the territory of the Great Desolate Star.